Good morning. I'd like to call this commission meeting on this date, March 29th, 2022, here at Mission Inn in the metropolis of Howey in the Hills, Florida. Ms. Hood, roll call, please.
Mr. Cressida.
Present.
Dr. Kincher.
Here.
Mr. Williams.
He'll be with us.
Ms. O'Hara.
Here.
Bradley.
Here.
Dr. Mata.
Here.
Okay. We know Lynn is here, that's for sure.
That was a little loud, wasn't it?
Again, I'd like to welcome everybody. We have looks like a pretty much packed house yesterday. We all appreciate when the schools are here. So if you do have any issues, that we can discuss them here, and we might resolve issues here instead of going legal counsel, mailing out what the issues are. Yesterday we had a rules meeting at 4 o'clock. Ms. Bradley will be discussing that. I do want to thank Ms. Bradley as the rules chair and rules members that were here yesterday. Dr. Jay Ober, Robert Kaiser, and Greg Jones. I believe we only had 2 missing, was that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, but
We had our quorum.
okay, yes, we had a quorum yesterday, but I do thank their participation. We had a lot of people here in the audience for a rules meeting. And anytime we do have a rules meeting, I would encourage you to come to the meeting and also to participate. Most of these rules were written 2001 through 2003, so they're a little dated.
Yeah.
But with your participation, with your questions, different ideas, it can make a difference going forward. When we do have rules meeting, it's not, a lot of people might not understand this, but you can't twitch your nose or go like this and the rules are going to be changed. So it's a process, but having people here, having people speak, what your concerns are or what can be better, what doesn't make sense anymore. The internet wasn't the internet back in 2001 and 2002, okay? Laptops, I think, were 5 or 6 years old at the time. So there's a lot of technology changes that have taken place, not only for us as a commission, but for how we do things at our institutions. It's different. I mean, how many people still have a manual bookkeeping AR system? Probably you, Robert. But, everything's electronic. Everything ties into, everything else. And I encourage you, too, is that you can learn by coming to a rules meeting of what other schools are doing. Coming to these commission meetings. Yeah, I know it's a drag to drive up to Central Florida. But if you have the opportunity, I would either come here. By coming here, you get to meet us, you get to meet staff, you get to meet other school owners. If you watch it from your office, that's great too. But even if you're not on the agenda, that's what I'm talking about, that you listen to what's going on. What are the current issues going on? And, and that will make you a better school person. Be a student of your industry, okay? Make sure you read everything that CQ puts out, Inside Education puts out, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Read those first thing in the morning, okay? Find out what is happening to your sector, to our sector, okay? Take advantage of it, you know, and when, whether it's FAPS or other associations, you know, have meetings, participate, learn, okay? Learn from other school people. If you're having dinner upstairs, if you notice another school person sitting by themselves, you know, ask if you can join them so you guys can talk. You know, again, it's all about learning. It's all, at the end of the day, it's about how we service our students and make them get the best education that they possibly can. At this point, rise for the pledge. We have a military person out there. Lead us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Santoro, it's time to do your thing. Please, when you get the microphone, please say who you are, what school you represent, and your title,
And
please.
Mr. Chair, if I might, given Mike is now the Mike Santoro. Chris, you can pass that along if you want.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning. Ron Dooley, Key College in Fort Lauderdale.
Good morning, Morella Dooley, Key College, Compliance, Fort Lauderdale.
Good morning, everybody. Orlando University President.
Good morning, Dr. Beverly Bonaparte, International Nursing Solutions Nursing Consultant.
Good morning, Maggie Goldstein, Meridian West Central College, Sarasota.
Good morning, Brittany Goldstein, Meridian West Central College, Sarasota.
Good morning, Marie Gonzalez, Hosanna College of Health, Miramar, Florida.
Good morning, Francisco Silva, Embry University Executive Director.
Good morning, Natasha Perioto, Embry University Admissions.
Good morning, Dr. Joel Musgrove, University of Fairfax and American National University.
Frank Longacre, University of Fairfax, Roanoke, Virginia.
Carolyn Scott, University of Fairfax and American National University.
Joshua Padron with West Coast University in Miami.
Good morning, all. I'm Tammy Elliott. I'm the president of the Los Angeles Film School, and I'm representing our administration offices here in Winter Park, Florida.
Shane Cade, Full Sail University Vice President of Compliance and FAPS board member.
Hello, everybody. My name is Florence Tate. I'm an operational consultant.
Good morning. My name is Maxime Papillon, Essential School of Nursing, Campus President.
Good morning, Maritza Bedoya, Career Education Advisors Group.
Good morning, Florette Sanjik, Sunlight Healthcare Academy in Longwood. I am the director.
Good morning, Ernest Sinadas McCabe, Sunlight Healthcare Academy, Placement Director.
Good morning, Jessica Suito, Nexus University Miami, and FAPS board member.
Good morning, Janie Bailey, Nexus University, Vice Chancellor for Academics.
Good morning, Miami Business Technological University, President.
Good morning, Luisa Gutierrez, Miami Business Technological University, Chief Academic Officer.
Good morning, Lucy Romero with Miami Business Technological University, HR Business Manager.
Good morning, Miami Business Technological University Academic Team.
Good morning, Matt Calhoun, Arizona College of Nursing, Senior Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and New Campus Development.
Good morning, everyone. Jason Dunn, Vice President of Operations, Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning, Valerie Tonchot, Dean of Nursing, Arizona College of Nursing, University Park.
Good morning, Nick Mansour, President, Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning, Alexis Osborne, Arizona College of Nursing, Chief of Staff.
Good morning, Dr. Deborah Long, Director of Nursing Regulatory Affairs, Arizona College.
Hello, Christine Furtaugh with Arizona College in Tampa. I'm the Executive Director of Academic Operations.
Good morning, Matthew Egan, Arizona College of Nursing, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs.
Good morning, Danis Ravelo from Florida Career College, Director of Compliance.
Good morning, Joshua Drucker, Florida Career College, Regulatory Compliance.
Good morning, Michael Schwam, Consultant, Altiris Career College, Tampa, Florida.
Good morning, Sean Michael Littell, Cole Middleton Consulting Group.
Good morning, Dr. Helen Wu, and the East West College Vice President and Academic Dean.
Good morning, good morning, Joseph Aleka, East West College of Natural Medicine, I'm President.
Ann Bouchard, Cole Middleton Consulting Group, representing East West College of Natural Medicine.
Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton.
Good morning, Dr. Marie Jean-Gilles, Buelias Academy Health Center, School Director.
Good morning, Nathan Adams. I'm a partner with the law firm of Holland & Knight. I lead our Florida education team.
Good morning, Ronald Lacayo, UTH Florida University.
Good morning, I'm Araceli Rivas from MTA University.
Good morning, Kim Refner from the University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences.
Good morning, Deborah Zimick, Chief of Compliance, University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences.
Good morning, Brian Goldstein, University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences, Chief Academic Officer and Executive Dean.
Pedro de Guzman, HCI College. Not on the agenda today. I'm just following Mr. Cressito's advice, and I'm here to watch and learn.
Thank you, Pedro.
Good morning, Mark Selden, Sarasota University, Chair.
Good morning, Jose Guarisma, American Business University, Miami, Florida.
Good morning, Jose Villalobos, American Business University.
Good morning, Vilma Núñez, American Business University.
Good morning, Kelly Krankel, Florida National University, Director of Accreditation and Compliance.
Good morning, Courtney Robinson, President for Horizon Healthcare Institute, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, and Melbourne.
Good morning, Dr. Abel Okoberi, DeVry University, Regional Dean of Campus and University Partnerships.
Hello, Donna Veens, Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Product Strategy for Ana G. Mendez University.
Good morning, Dr. Maria Baez with Ana G. Mendez University.
Good morning, Emma Paoli, NTA University.
Good morning, Jeff Jordan, Taylor College.
Arlene Saliba, the Director of Nursing at Taylor College.
Good morning, Carlos Farfan, Summa University.
Good morning, Fatima Must University.
Good morning, Ricardo from Must University.
Good morning, Julie from Must University.
Morning, Josephina Habib, CEO, Saber College.
Good morning, Rhonda Mims, Director of Nursing, Saber College.
Good morning, Stacy Alay, Quest Nursing Education Center, Tampa.
Good morning, Winston Health Institute, Nolji Jean Lewis, CEO.
Good morning, Christian Jean Lewis, Campus Director of Renaissance Health Institute.
Good morning, Dr. Rafael Lopez, Behavioral Law University here in Kissimmee.
Good morning, Sergio Lopez, Bookkeeping Assistant from Behavioral Law University in Kissimmee.
Good morning, Ignacio Tolosa, I'm the CEO of Behavioral Law University Kissimmee.
Good morning, Silvestre Cabezas, Student Recruitment Director from Behavioral Law University in Kissimmee.
Good morning, Rodolfo Gonzalez, Behavioral Law University Human Resources Director.
Good morning, Delilah Bartolome, American College of Health and Science, Program Director.
Good morning, Bob Burnfield, Universal Technical Institute, Campus President in Miramar.
Good morning, everyone. Rocky Barrett with American Medical Academy, Chief Operations Officer.
Hello, Commissioners. Natay Sushariba, Kepler Space Institute, VP Administration.
Good morning, Steve Beener, St. George's University General Counsel.
Good morning, Dr. Yemi Oladimeji Adekunle, Riggs College of Allied Health, Longwood, Florida.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Dacha Malescu, representing Riggs College of Allied Health, Gen Ed Science.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Telva Miller, the Dean of Nursing for Riggs College of Allied Health.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Picarello, and I represent Riggs College of Allied Health, and I'm a nursing instructor.
Good morning. My name is Susan Wilson. I'm Clinical Coordinator of Riggs College of Allied Health, Longwood, Florida.
Good morning. My name is Erica Simmons, representing Riggs College of Allied Health in Longwood, Florida, admissions.
Good morning. My name is Martin Acevedo. I represent Riggs College of Allied Health, Business Manager.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Green, and I'm the Senior Director of Accreditation, Compliance, and Regulatory Affairs for Galen College of Nursing.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Julie Diane. I'm with Just D College in Fort Pierce, Florida.
Good morning. Kenneth Lay, Director of Nursing, Just D College, Fort Pierce, Florida.
Good morning. My name is Fred Arnold, Executive Director for Learning Alliance in Tampa, Florida.
Hello, everyone. Deborah Huckabee, Dolphin Research Center Training Institute, Licensing and Accreditation.
Good morning. Bill Bradley, Vice President of Daytona College.
Good morning. Dr. Cal Alley, Director of Education at Daytona College, Ormond Beach.
And good morning. My name is Jacob Sicati. I'm a CPA, and I'm here observing.
Good morning, Jonathan Gluck, Campus President, Fort Pierce, Just D College.
Good morning, Michelle Edwards, Just D College, Director of Nursing.
Good morning. My name is Evanson Justy, Dr. Evanson Justy. I'm here for Just D College, Fort Pierce.
Good morning, Dr. Latrina Bates, Nursing Network Christian School, Lauderhill, Florida, Director of Education.
Good morning, Dr. Victoria Bayman, Chief Academic Officer and Provost, Schiller International University.
Good morning, Alan Alvarez, Campus Director at Schiller International University, Tampa.
Good morning. Pablo Puyol, Chief Financial Officer at Schiller International University.
Good morning, Dr. Marta Muñiz, CEO, Schiller International University.
Hello, Egan Hansen, Global Head of Compliance and Institutional Effectiveness at Schiller International University.
Dr. Mike Burkett, President of Nuke University, Florida Technical College and the Dave School, and board member of FAPS.
Greetings and salutations from the 51st state, Miami, Florida. Arthur H. Reyes representing Humboldt International University. I look forward to talking to each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Jose Valencia, ASA College, Hialeah, interim president.
Good morning. You all are working. I'm retired. My name is Harris Miller. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees of ASA College and the co-founder and vice chair of the Campaign for Free College Tuition.
Good morning. Bill Orr, Orlando Health Sciences University.
Good morning. Robert Hasty, the Dean and the Chief Academic Officer for the proposed Orlando College of Osteopathic Medicine at Orlando Health Sciences University.
Good morning. Ashley Tilton, Program Director for the Anesthesiologist Assistant Program, Huston College.
Good morning. Dr. Jeremiah Stropoli, President of Huston College.
Good morning. David Moore, Orlando Health Sciences University.
Good morning. Chris Giorgetti from Santoro and Giorgetti Post-Secondary Educational Consultants. Here today with Arizona College, Infamy Institute, Huston College, and Orlando Health Science University.
Good morning. My name is Bob Harris. I'm with the law firm of Messer Caparello in Tallahassee, Florida. Today I'm representing Riggs College, Taylor College, Medworld Academy, City College, and one more I can't remember. I apologize.
Good morning. My name is Magda Shepard with M0A. We do FAA certification for pilots.
Morning, Jason Shepard, M0A. We're not on the agenda today, but to be a good student, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Hey, Bob, I'll bet you remember the name of that school when you do your billing. I said that for a friend. The chair will entertain a motion for the minutes from January 11th and January 12th.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second by Lynn Mulheron. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. If you would please, with your cell phones, put them in a quiet mode, vibrate mode, off mode, everything but the ring mode. We truly appreciate it. Reports, Executive Director report.
Yes, sir. Why don't first we get into Ms. Bradley's meeting from yesterday, the Rules Committee meeting, and also, if you'd like, we can let Jason very quickly go through what we have, and then as a segue into your rules.
Great.
Jason?
Right.
Yeah.
While Jason's setting up, I would like to just let everyone know that we had a really effective and participatory Rules Committee meeting yesterday with lots of attendees. Not quite as many as are here today, but we had a really good level of participation. Our main focuses were nursing and distance education. As Mr. Curcito outlined, we're going to be working with some subcommittees, and I'll let Jason go ahead, and then when he's finished, we do need to vote on one small thing. So, Jason?
And then also, this will be on the website.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing staff the opportunity to present the results of our 10-year study in nursing. Pursuant to Chapter 1004 Florida statutes, the Board of Governors, the State Board of Education, this commission, and independent colleges and universities are required to submit a 10-year study of nursing programs in Florida to the Florida Talent Development Council. This study specifically requires that we look at several trends, including the number of slots available, the number of applications accepted and qualified and accepted, the number of graduates, and the NCLEX passage rates for nursing pre-licensure programs. What we're presenting to you today is the CIE portion of a larger study which has already been presented to the Florida Talent Development Council. In late 2021 and earlier this year, the commission staff surveyed both accredited and unaccredited schools. Staff requested several data points going back 10 years, and Mr. Brandon Eldridge compiled the data for us. This data has been formally presented, as we mentioned, to the Florida Talent Development Council, to the House Committee on Post-Secondary Education and Lifelong Learning, and this data has also been submitted to the REACH office at the Executive Office of the Governor. Before we view the data, it should be noted that the charts represent aggregate data from schools which voluntarily submitted data to us in response to the surveys. Staff sent surveys to 159 schools with one or more nursing education programs, and we received data from 85 schools with pre-licensure nursing programs. 20 of the surveyed schools responded that they did not have data to provide, either because there were no students yet or the program was in teach-out. 54 schools did not respond at all, but at least 30 of these schools are in teach-out, are closing, or otherwise do not have data to report. Staff believes the data we have is substantially complete and is generally representative of the true nature of our nursing programs. NCLEX data for the reporting schools is for reporting schools only and was compiled from the Board of Nursing website. In our presentation, accredited means programmatic accreditation either by the Accrediting Commission for Education in Nursing, ACEN, or the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education, CCNE. Also, RN refers to either a pre-licensure associate's degree or a pre-licensure bachelor's degree. Some schools have multiple pre-licensure programs. Some schools have more than one RN program. This presentation is aggregate data by program and not by school. As you know, this commission is the relative newcomer in the state to pre-licensure nursing education, and this is evident in some of our slides today. Most of the CIE's nursing programs are less than 10 years old. In fact, the average age for our PN programs is 5.88 years, while the average age for our RN programs is 3.15 years. This means that you will see some upward trends because of over the last 10 years, both the number of nursing schools and the number of nursing programs have increased. You'll see some low numbers at the beginning of the decade, precisely because CIE licensed nursing programs are new, relatively speaking. Here are the 10-year trends we discovered about CIE nursing schools. First, the 10-year study required us to look at the number of slots available for PN and RN programs. New student slots means the number of seats available or the number of students that schools reported they are willing to enroll. On all of our charts, you'll see that we are moving across the decade from the earliest reporting period of 2010-2011 to the end of the decade, and the last year is 2019 to 2020. As you can see, there was an initial increase from 996 slots for unaccredited schools, all the way up to 1,700 slots available, 1,300 slots available. The number of slots available to PN students has increased, but as we noticed, there's a dip in the slots available in the middle of the decade. We'll see the same dip in other slides as well. Here is the slide for RN new student slots with accredited schools in blue and orange representing the unaccredited schools. As you can see, we increased from 810 in the beginning of the decade for accredited schools all the way to 8,985 slots available. This slide garnered a lot of attention from both the Florida Talent Development Council and the REACH office. In contrast to CIE schools, the number of RN slots in the state universities and in the Florida college system has remained largely flat. CIE staff were asked repeatedly about this data, and we believe this chart generally represents the expansion of CIE schools into nursing education over the last 10 years. This chart also demonstrates the real-world implications of the increase in both the number of nursing schools and in the nursing slots available as an impact of this sector. The next four charts answer the question of how many students apply, how many applicants are qualified, and how many are then accepted. It's difficult to interpret this data because students may apply to multiple schools, both public and private, and we have no way of knowing how much overlap there is in this data. nor can we answer with these slides the question of what happens to students who are not accepted into any nursing program. This data shows a 10-year increase in the number of slots available, the number of applications, and the number of qualified applicants, and the number of accepted applicants into nursing programs with CIE accredited PN programs. The dip on this slide corresponds to a similar dip in the number of slots available on slide 3. Just as we saw a dip in the PN slots for unaccredited PN programs, we see a corresponding dip in the number of applications, qualified applicants, and accepted applicants in the middle of the data. Let me point out this is self-reported aggregate data, which gives us a picture of our unaccredited PN programs, and commission staff have no specific explanation for the dip in slots in the middle of the decade. Accredited RN prospective nursing slots. This chart shows the impact of RN programs just within our sector. The same 10-year trend persists for applications as for slots. We have 3 lines here. The top line is the number of applications, the middle line is the number of qualified applications, and the bottom line is the number of accepted applications. And for the end of the slide, you have these numbers: 11,359 for the number of applications in 2019-2020 to RN programs at accredited schools. Of those 11,000, 9,815 were qualified, and then in turn 9,409 were accepted. Slots have increased, applications have increased, and thus the number of qualified applicants has increased for accredited RN programs. Likewise, for unaccredited RN programs, the number of applications increased, the number of qualified applications increased, and then the number of those applications were then accepted also increased. And our numbers here for unaccredited, and for the last reporting period, 3,618 applications. Of those, 2,561 were qualified according to the schools, and 2,449 then accepted. This chart represents a count of completers for both accredited and unaccredited CIE schools in PN programs. The blue is accredited, the orange is unaccredited. There's not been a significant shift up or down for PN programs in CIE schools over the last decade. This probably reflects the information in the next chart, which demonstrates that most of our nursing students are enrolled in RN programs. This figure represents a count of the annual number of completers of RN programs. So for the first year of our decade, our schools reported we had 137 completers in RN programs for an accredited schools and 0 in unaccredited. And at the very end of the decade, you see we had 3,218 completers at accredited RN programs with 761 at unaccredited schools. CIE trends are sharply contrasted with the public sector, where the trends are flat. For example, the Florida college system reported graduation rates around 70% for most of the years, with only a slight or a sharp drop-off to 54% in their last year, but their number of slots have remained flat as well. In other words, the quantity of CIE graduates has increased, while the quantity of public sector graduates has not increased significantly. So this chart depicts the impact of our sector on the number of RN graduates in the state. Also, in looking at this chart, it's helpful to remember the age of our nursing programs. Unaccredited programs average 3.15 years in age, so we should see some increases in the number of graduates in accredited programs as we move, as programs move to become ACEN or CCNE accredited. We were required to report on nursing pass rates, and the 2 remaining slides are the NCLEX pass rates for those schools only which responded to the survey. Staff collated the NCLEX scores from the Board of Nursing website. There is some difference in the pass rates for PN programs between accredited and unaccredited schools. The national average pass rate for PN programs for first-time testers was 86.57% in 2020, which is the last year represented in the survey. The average for last year was 82.48%. As you can see, accredited schools have been consistently in the 80s with a couple of 90s. And while the pass rates for unaccredited PN programs have been lower generally, they are strikingly close to the pass rates for accredited schools and even exceeded those rates a few times. There is a significant difference, however, in the PRN pass rates between accredited and unaccredited schools. The national average for 2020 for first-time test takers was 83.08%, and for 2021, the national pass rate was 79.6%. Accredited RN programs, and again, this is just our schools, have averaged 82.5%, while unaccredited pass rates have been at 49.18. This chart demonstrates that CIE accredited schools have maintained quality while increasing the quantity of graduates in RN programs. It also underscores the importance of ACEN or CCNE accreditation to the success of nursing programs. Mr. Chair, this concludes our presentation of the 10-year trends for CIE pre-licensure nursing education programs.
Thank you.
Well done. Jason, you and Brandon and everyone that participated did a fabulous job with this. It's very easy to read and understand, but also I want to thank all of the schools who took the time to participate and to provide this data, because without the data that was presented outside of this community,
yes, ma'am,
it's a way for the legislature and others to get a good sense of how good we can be. So that's one of the reasons why we're convening our getting our rules committee back together again, and going to be working very diligently to come up with some reasonable and effective criteria that all of us can implement in our schools to really bring all those bars up the next time we do these reports. So again, Jason.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Thank you.
team, thank you so much.
Thank
May
you.
I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
It's very funny because for the longest time, as you know, Mr. Ferguson and commission members, you know, there was some sort of perception that because the schools were CIE, that were part of the CIE of this body, that we were actually responsible for affecting the pass rates in the entire state of Florida. And absolutely, this data actually validates the fact that when schools go through the process of self-evaluation from admission all the way to outcomes, it reflects on the fact the pass rates will actually be on average, if not above, to the national pass rates of nursing programs in the nation. So I want to thank you personally because you have helped us, or you know, all of you who participated in this survey, you are helping our institution, our sector, to be part of a conglomerate of effort to make sure that our graduates really do sit and pass successfully the NCLEX. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. Matos.
Sure.
I think, Mr. Chair, that we have a pretty good idea those 10 or 15 or 20 schools that we got no information from are the ones that really cause issues for the really good schools out there. And this shows that we have some outstanding nursing
Absolutely.
programs here. And at some point, and hopefully with rules, we get a subcommittee together also, that those few schools that really are not doing what's necessary, those are the ones that we can take action against and sort of, I don't want to say back off, but let the really good programs out there continue to grow and to do what they're doing. And,
I think it also validates that, we as commissioners, that we continue to learn, what really works. And again, I'm going to echo what Mr. Cosito said. When we all work together and we talk to each other and we compare notes, and then we become more watchful in the way that we approve programs, in the way that we monitor programs. I know that you frown sometimes, but look at the results. So the result is that, it is improving. The sector is improving. CIE accredited and unaccredited schools are improving. Obviously, we need to continue to work, but thank you for listening to us, and, thank you to really implementing all of the recommendations that every commission meeting we seem to echo each and every time.
The Rules Committee has one issue to vote on. I'd like to ask Ms. Parton to share with us.
Our current Form 604 requires the signature of a licensed CPA. We have been requested to change that form to authorize the signature of a CPA or a CPA firm by the Florida Association of CPAs. We've received this request every couple months. Apparently, there's some situations where the CPA themselves are not signing or cannot sign, and instead the firm signs. So the change is very minor. It says print the name of the CPA or firm that is signing this form, and then name the CPA or firm signature. So I just need a motion to approve the change to that form.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Matos.
Second.
Is there time for discussion?
Yes, there will be, sir. Thank you. Second by Nancy Bradley. Discussion.
Did I hear by Florida firm?
Correct. Yes, sorry, correct. They do have to be a Florida, they do not have to be a Florida CPA, just a independently licensed certified public accountant.
Thank you.
Okay.
But within the state of Florida, or no?
No, we allow out-of-state CPAs to complete the financials, especially for the larger corporations.
Even international accountants from international accounting firms?
I'm not sure about international. I believe certified public accountants are only United States.
So maybe can we add a little caveat that it will be comparable or equivalent to, in case we get something like that in the near future?
Our rule and our statute, the statute itself currently doesn't allow for an international CPA to sign. We would have to have the legislature change that.
Okay, so then we need to make sure that it happens that way. Got it.
And just as an aside, international, we've had several of those. Mr. Smith can speak to it. There's a different accounting.
It is. That's why
That's
I made the comment.
No, it's American only, United States.
So as we implement it, let's make sure then that it's applicable, since we have a series of institutions that actually.
We've had several that have resubmitted to an American firm and put it in, for lack of a better term, I guess, gap.
Terrific.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
If I leave, is there still quorum, or do I need to stay? Because I do need to make a phone call. I'm so sorry.
Goodbye.
There's quorum?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Bradley's going to go over the rules from yesterday anyway, so what we discussed.
Yeah. In more detail than what we just did? Do we
I would
need any
just
more
do an
detail?
overview.
Just review?
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
we're going to have a long day today.
Okay. All right. So, let me get my notes out. We spent most of our time on the nursing and had good testimony from participants, institutions, and representatives of institutions, and talked about several different things that are of big importance right now. And it all ends up with working with, kind of looking from the back and forward or forward back as far as your outcomes. We all live and die by those NCLEX rates, and it's not just us as individuals. The whole sector is considered when one of us is not showing well regarding the NCLEX rates. So, like I said briefly at the beginning, all of this reporting is watched very carefully. I'm sure those of you with nursing programs, you know, you count each student, so-and-so went, so-and-so passed, so-and-so went, oh, didn't pass, and you keep really close track of your numbers. That is obviously the main thing for most of us. Watching that, making sure the students succeed, because as we discussed yesterday, when the students succeed in an exam, most often there's a job waiting for them. And so many of them already have jobs on the day they receive their license. So when you think about what does that take to get that ending outcome, we talked about admissions requirements and had kind of a general discussion about that. Nothing hard and fast was decided upon. There were questions about, well, what about ATs or a HESI entrance? When do we give that? What about other tests such as Wonderlic? Obviously, there's many ways to package that. What about students whose first language is not English? So you can see how it kind of opens everything up to discussion and good thought. Other things we talked about were the standards for, and again, nothing hard and fast. We were fact gathering and discussing regarding how much money, finances, physical facility, staffing, equipment, and also classroom space. So when you think about it, you know, what does it take? One of the things that came up was, and we have several schools on our agenda today who are here as part of their regular yearly thing, and those nursing schools their charts are published with their rates. And there's one in particular I'm thinking of that consistently is over, you know, mid-80s to mid-90s, and they're graduating many, many students. You know, 200 to test, 300 to test. That's amazing, and it's very impressive. So the question comes up, well, what are they doing? Why are they so good? How is it year over year they're that good? And there's many, 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 many factors that go into that. But so kind of doing some more research, you know, you might get a phone call, hey, this was your rate last year. What's your key elements? Why is it so good? Well, there's many reasons why. We didn't really talk about distance education with nursing because we talked about distance education in general, but we will be addressing that because I know it's a very important topic for all of us. We also brought up the criteria that we see in our programmatic accreditors, and not that we're looking to impose those items exactly with a new school or a school in the growing stage, but boy, they have some really good practices. You know, what does the accreditor expect? Well, how can I make that scalable in my brand new school? I'm striving towards accreditation because we all know if you have a RN program, ASN program, or BS pre-licensure program, that at some point you have to become programmatically accredited. So why not start on day one, look at their criteria, how can I meet this one, this one, this one, this one? And that's a good way to go. So we're looking at maybe trying to weave in some of their best practices in a reasonable fashion so that the brand new baby school can embrace those and work forward. that was pretty much what we discussed on nursing, and we realized at the table, even though we had wonderful participation and great minds, we needed to call on our community to participate in subcommittees, and we'll be doing that. We also talked about distance education in general. Like Mr. Crescito said, our rules are very old, and so we need to update them and also start to address some of the different new emerging technologies, things that come up every day as far as, what is distance education? How do we manage it? What kind of things do we include? Everything, and we see it here with schools who are, distance education has found its way into pretty much every program. So we need to make sure that we are crafting those guidelines for the schools so that they are ready to take on those challenges, and more than anything, that the outcomes of their success with their students is met, because we are a consumer protection type of agency, and it is our job to make sure that the students are served in the way they should be served. So with that pretty much covered it, I think. And we'll be working on a subcommittee as well with that. So stay tuned, as they say.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Chair, if I might, one thing I'd like to do real quick is introduce staff for those of you new schools that haven't met. We've got some with us today and some that are back. We have been just slammed with work, and so some folk are still back working. With us today, of course, is Ms. Risa Rudolph, who is Assistant Executive Director. I must add that Ms. Rudolph is a Duke graduate. I, on the other hand, am a UNCA graduate. And as such, I guess next weekend, one of us will be happy and one of us will be sad. And I'm hoping that it's Ms. Rudolph that's sad. Anyway, also with us is, and I think Miami got beat somewhere along the way. But anyway, Jenna Parton is out of the General Counsel's office and is counsel for the commission. With us, Joey Smith, Brandon Eldridge, Jason Bowman, James Sorensen, Krista Salvo, Monica Brooks, Michael Santora, Joseph Garcia, and of course, my assistant, Susan Hood. And of course, if you don't know, I'm Sam Ferguson, Executive Director. I would ask that if you have anything for the commission, please send that in, mail it in, FedEx, UPS, however. It's hard for us to take something here and get it back. When it comes to the office, it comes in the front door, and it is scanned, and we have it in our database so that the auditors are pleased with the fact that we don't lose anything, at least through the front door. Maybe in the back end we might, but not through the front door. I would ask that if you haven't met staff, several of you came up today, we appreciate it. Say hello. Love to talk to you, love to see you. Any ideas, any information, anything that you need, if you'll ask staff for something that you need, we'll try and make sure we get that to you when we get back to the office. All right, Mr. Chair, I'd ask at this point the Student Protection Fund, you have that, if you would approve that for the record.
Sorry, motion to accept the student protection. I cannot speak this morning.
Second.
You know what I mean.
Second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
And then also, Mr. Chair, if I might, we have the ASA issue today, kind of as a follow-up. I think we have some folk here from ASA. You have in your packet a summary of what has occurred. If anybody from ASA would like to come and make a comment. One of the issues, I think, it's not one of the issues, one of the primary issues is the fact that, first of all, the ownership of ASA has not changed. There has been a change in some board of directors. I'm not sure at this point. I know that, in fact, in the paper and several publications, that the owner had actually replaced the old board and put members on the board of his choosing, which ended up with several of the administrative folk leaving, and the documents, and you have those, you've seen them, the documents that were submitted for ASA explaining or attempting to explain what has occurred or what has not occurred. So, you know, with that, I think we have somebody here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Harris Miller. Sorry, allergies. I am a new member of the Board of Trustees of ASA College. For 4 years, I was president of the Career College Association. During that time, I traveled around the country and saw many schools. Some of them were good, some of them not so good. Some of them educated their students and mentored their students and got them jobs. Some didn't. ASA College is a school that then and now continues to offer high-quality education, mentor students, and find their jobs. The participation of the owner for a few months was very disruptive to the oversight of the organization. He is now no longer involved in the operations in any way, shape, or form. The Board of Trustees is new and is independent. I'm independent. I live in McLean, Virginia. I'm retired. The only reason I agreed to serve is because I believe in the school and I believe it serves students well. Beside me is our interim president, Jose Valencia. Jose is a straight shooter. He is an educator. He cares about students. So we are doing everything possible, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ferguson, to ensure that we, first of all, comply with all of your regulations and rules. If we've missed anything, please tell us and we'll figure out how to deal with it. We're doing everything possible to make sure that the Middle States accreditor understands what we're doing and why we're doing it and how we're doing it. We are currently, for example, reviewing our bylaws, which had not been reviewed in many, many years, and tightening them up. We have set up training for the new board members. This week we're going to have a 4-hour session, training mostly provided by the Association of Governing Boards to make sure that the Board of Trustees members understand everything that's going on. We are in the midst of a presidential search because as good as Jose is, he doesn't want to be the permanent president. He's done a great job. He's a straight shooter, as I said. So we are in the midst of a search to find a new president who will not be nominated, who will not be approved, who will not be considered by the owner. The only people who will decide who that person is are the members of the Board of Trustees. Our chairman is Frank Sedio, a very prominent political figure, a former policeman, a lawyer, very aggressive in making sure that we follow all the rules, very aggressive in making sure that the students get the education they need. The campus here at Hialeah is very important to our operations. We continue to believe that we're providing a strong educational foundation for the students. We continue to believe that we're operating in a way that the educational issues come first. Unfortunately, the sideshow that you mentioned, Mr. Ferguson, has detracted from that simple fact. No one has accused us of not offering a good education. No one has accused us of doing anything wrong with the students. It's all about the administration. It's all about the Board of Trustees. It's all about governance. And so we're attacking those issues in a very constructive way and very rapidly. I only joined the board in early January. We're moving forward very expeditiously. And because there is no challenge to the quality of our education, I hope that this commission would understand that and would appreciate the fact that even though we've had some difficulties with the owner, some problems he himself has created, he is off to the side now. Yes, he owns the school. Will he continue owning the school? I don't know. There are people on the board who would like to at least have him consider moving on, selling the school or merging with another school. Ultimately, that's his decision, but his presence, even though he's not active in any way, even though we're totally independent, is a problem. But as I said, it's not a problem in terms of day-to-day operations. It's not a problem in terms of the decisions the Board of Trustees makes. He has no authority to do what he did last fall, which was to fire the board and appoint a board that he wanted, who then selected him as interim president. He no longer has the legal authority to do that. Changes were made in the New York registration, so he no longer can do that. He cannot step in and say, Harris, I don't like you because you're not going to vote me as interim president. He cannot do that anymore. He did that once, and it led to a lot of problems. Again, I ask you to look at the quality of our education. I ask you to understand the high quality of Mr. Valencia as our interim president, as a person who's been in this industry for many, many years. As I said, I've seen some good schools. I've seen some not so good schools. I've never seen a situation like this before, but I am still convinced that the students here in Florida who are attending ASA College, as well as those in Manhattan and Brooklyn, are getting the education that they expected, are getting the mentoring and training they expected, and are getting the assistance in finding a new job. As I mentioned before, I founded the Campaign for Free College Tuition 13 years ago. People said we were crazy. Why would you do that? Well, the answer is to give people who do not have a chance a chance. My parents didn't go to college. They barely graduated high school. I had to pay for my own education by working in steel mills. I think everybody deserves an education. And if they're going to go to college, I want them to go to a high-quality institution like ASA College. I know you have many good schools here. Full Sail, I visited Full Sail when I was president. They even gave me an award. I don't know what the hell I did to deserve it. I see my friend Florence Tate here. I know there are very good schools around the country. I know you are very concerned about what's going on at ASA. But I assure you that the Board of Trustees, Mr. Valencia, is doing everything possible to maintain the high-quality education and to put these sideshow issues behind us so that we can move forward without any question. Before Mr. Chagall returned last October, there were no problems. I mean, there were little problems, yes and no, but no one was saying, oh, yeah, you're doing things wrong. But he returned, and it just created a major disruption. He finally recognized that, and now he is off to the side. Mr. Valencia?
Well, if I might,
Yes, sir.
and with Dr. Valencia, that there wasn't an issue. I understand, and I know Dr. Valencia well, but a couple of things. First of all, Mr. Gall still owns the school.
That's correct.
And from my reading of what he can and can't do, unless there's something we haven't seen, legally, he is the owner. Legally, he was able to do what he wanted to do by dismissing that board. And
he can no longer do that, Mr.
well,
Chairman.
you'll have to
Changes were
send
made.
us, you're going to have to send the attorney,
Okay, we
our
will.
attorney, information to show that
we
if
changed
he's
the
the
New York-
owner,
we
if
changed
he's
the
the
New York
owner,
registration.
why he can't do that
Yeah, okay.
anymore. That's number one, because he is the owner.
Right.
Number two, you're on HCM2.
Right.
The Veterans Administration has ceased paying veterans. I think there was, and I, without going into the figure, there was several $1 million payout to the folk that Mr. Chagall harassed. And so, you know, we do have some concerns about the money, where the money is coming from, where the resources are, what the support is. Your enrollment is down dramatically. I'm sure that part of that is the issues that were through Mr. Chagall, or because of him. But, you know, the primary concern, and I hear what you're saying, but you will have to give us something that shows even though he's an owner, he can't do anything, because I've never heard of such. Never heard of such. So.
We will send you the material, including an independent attorney who reviewed all the materials and the changes in the New York registration. And so he can't do it. I mean, he can come in tomorrow and say,
I'm not disputing your word. I'm just saying.
We'll send it to
he
you.
is the owner.
Yeah.
You'll have to prove to us that the owner has no say, and I just find that incredulous, to be perfectly honest with you.
Hi, Sam. I want to address the last item that you mentioned, which is, can he do this again? And the answer is no, he cannot. And we have provided Meshi, and by the way, I have sent you that report, so you have it. You have it. There's a legal opinion, as Harris mentioned, that he, from an independent lawyer, not dealing with ASA, that he cannot do it again. So you have that evidence there. So, all right.
Dr. Blanchard, I understand what you're saying, but I have seen nothing that tells me that he owns the school. He is the owner, and an independent attorney or not, he is the owner. And if he decides tomorrow that he just wants to shut the school down, what's going to prevent him from shutting the school down?
That he can do that.
And I hear what you're saying about the board, but I would remind you, 4 or 5 years ago, several of you stood there and told us that the board was in a position that he would no longer be involved, and then all of a sudden this past year, not only was he involved, he took the thing back over.
Right.
So
I cannot dispute that. And by the way, it wasn't 5 years ago, it was 3 years ago. And I just, as a fact, the answer is yes. But the articles of incorporation for ASA, the certificate of incorporation was changed now. And I really would like you to take a look at it. You have it, but I will send it to you again, because an independent attorney has reviewed it and has issued an opinion that he cannot do it again. Not only him, but if he sells it, future owners cannot do it also. All right. In terms of enrollments, yes, they're down. I don't know if you've heard, Sam, but there was a pandemic 2 years ago.
Well, that's been, Jose, now you want to start on that one, we can.
No, but
now,
it has
you and
gone
I
down.
both know, and I'm not going to argue with you about it, but you and I both know the pandemic had nothing to do with Mr. Chagall harassing those ladies.
No, I'm going to address that.
You know, I mean, come on.
No, I'm going to address that.
We're talking about someone who, and these are my words, but they came out of the investigation. We're about someone who brought women from Europe, I don't know, Russia, wherever, over here for the explicit purpose of doing what you know he did. So that had nothing to do with the pandemic.
Yeah.
And then that makes the newspaper. He pays out millions of dollars, and then he says it's their fault. Come on.
Sam.
Let's talk about the school.
Yeah.
Let's not talk
And
about
I
the
want to
pandemic.
talk about the school also.
Let's talk about what the school, where it is. And quite honestly, the man is the owner. We have several attorneys sitting out here in the audience, and I'll guarantee you, if I got 2 or 3 of them together, they're independent attorneys, and you convince them that the man is the owner and he can at some point take that school back over.
He cannot. This is what
Well, I heard that
an
before.
independent attorney has issued
I've got
a
several
legal
independent
opinion.
attorneys out here, and I'd be happy to discuss it.
Right.
But there's no way. He is the owner.
Okay. Middle States has accepted that opinion that he cannot. And I just want to tell you. Let me just tell you about this school also, because I think Harris mentioned that, but I lived it. I was the president, the permanent president for the last 3 years during the pandemic. And the question that I give everybody is, was ASA in trouble before September 21? The answer is no. Not with CIE, not with New York State. In fact, New York State was thinking, we were in sort of talks for ASA to become a 4-year college in New York, okay? Before September 2021. And as Harris said, something happened. By the way, I had left for personal reasons in September, and I only came back in November because I knew that the college was facing significant issues that could possibly close the school. And I came back because I wanted to help the school. No other reason. No other reason. And in fact, in January, I was offered the permanent presidency, and I said no, that I only wanted to be an interim president. And as Harris mentioned, we are now undergoing a search to find a permanent president, and we will, okay? In terms of the money, I think that it's worth mentioning, no money, no funds to settle these cases were spent out of school monies. Zero. This was paid by the owner himself. So I just wanted to mention that for the fact. I also want to say that, I hope that you judge us by what we do. Joseph Garcia went there a month ago, and everything was okay. Nothing was found that evidenced that the school was doing anything wrong. Couple times you have requested some information, we have provided to you. And at least I haven't heard anything that says, okay, this is not incorrect, or we need more information. So whatever we're trying to be cooperative with CIE. The Hialeah campus is very important for us, and we would like to continue. I really would like you guys to consider us on the merits of what we have done, because I haven't heard anything about ASA that says that we are providing substandard education. And there are some issues, and I'm not disputing that we have issues, and we are trying to resolve it. Middle States is coming tomorrow for a guidance visit. I'm going to speak to them, and I have every confidence that we should be okay with them in the next few months. So.
Okay, we'll go to discussion. Do y'all mind if I lead it off?
Please. Go ahead.
Okay.
Vote for it.
Is Peter Layton still employed, retained by your organization?
No.
Okay. Last meeting, Mr. Layton went through everything, and he was talking about the reasons why why the owner got rid of the board, because of the schools were growing smaller, the financials, the unfortunate death of a student athlete. And so that's why he made the decision to get rid of the board. Well, the board should not have day-to-day activity of how the school is operated. So going through that, it is a wonder why, because one of the requests that was a contingency was what he was looking at from a financial standpoint. Okay? I go through your financials, and they're stellar. Even though you're lower enrollment, okay, you cut expenses, and you're still operating strongly. Your current ratio is over 2 to 1. Okay? So that kind of kills the one argument that the school financially was going downhill. Does Hialeah still have athletics?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Are they still at the Hallandale location as well?
No, we no longer have housing.
Okay,
We
so
no
you got
longer
rid of
provide
housing. How many athletes did you lose?
What do you mean?
Stop going to school there.
You know, surprisingly, we didn't have that many that dropped out. You mean as a result of this incident?
Yeah, closing down Hallandale.
And closing down the housing, not much.
Okay.
Not much. We
Because-
have about 300 students altogether, of which about 200 are athletes.
Okay. And normally in schools like this, the athletes, if they're not getting their playing time, they'll go to another school and all.
Oh, no, we have athletes and they're practicing, they're doing everything, we just don't have housing.
Right.
That's,
Right, but I tried to explain that athletes will go where they can participate.
and they do here at ASA. Otherwise, if we would not have practices and games and everything, yeah, they would drop. But we do have everything but housing
Okay.
services.
Because I know your Manhattan campus, they took a huge dip in enrollment. Brooklyn took a dip.
Yes.
And Hialeah took a dip.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But by the way, in the spring, we did have a significant increase in new enrollments. And we're going to continue to do that. Okay?
But your financials look strong, which kind of, like I said a couple minutes ago, defeats one of the items that was discussed at our last meeting.
Peter,
Now, you have a nominating committee for the new president, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Going through their resumes, I kind of picked up, I don't know how I picked it up, but was one of the requirements to be on the nominating committee be from Romania or be from Russia or to speak Russian?
No.
So why do most of the nominating committee members have that?
The chairman's from the Middle East somewhere. He's not from
Yeah,
Russia.
he's from Pakistan.
I'm just going by what you submitted, what was informed me. I went through the resumes.
We have Askan Autumn that is an American. African American. And then we have Jeff Goldstein, who is, he is of Russian descent, but I believe he was born here.
Okay.
And so.
No, just as I went through the resumes, and you could do that yourself, you'll see how many speak Russian or from Russia, and also
Only one.
ties to Romania.
Only one.
Okay. Well,
That's not what it shows.
I'd be careful.
All right.
I'd be careful in what I'm saying.
We'll review it, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
and get back to you. If that's your concern, we will review it and get back
Thank
to
you.
in the next
Okay.
couple days, right away.
I wanted to address, just for a few minutes, the issue about
it's-
the finances.
It's my time to ask questions.
Oh, okay. Your time.
He's happy with it.
Okay.
Please don't raise it.
Yeah.
Since you're on heightened with the US DOE,
Mhm.
I believe since December, how has
That's
that
correct.
impacted your cash flow?
Significantly. We have not received federal dollars since December 15. And the owner has been putting some money. And I was discussing with Harris today that he is going to be putting a significant amount of cash tomorrow, about 5.5 million, to continue the operation.
So the owner is still involved from that standpoint?
From that
investing
standpoint,
money?
yes. He is the owner. And I cannot, but no, from the point of view of the cash, I cannot put money. I have gone to the bank to try to sell the receivables, and there's no takers.
Well, that's my next point. I'm going to talk about receivables. You have $8.3 million in active accounts receivable. Your current unearned tuition is only $3.8 million.
Mhm.
Okay? If you haven't received, now this is an older balance sheet. Okay, we don't have updated ones. But how are your collections? Are students paying?
That's how we are surviving now.
Now, you're surviving because the owner dumped in millions of
Some
dollars.
money, but also we are collecting monies from two sources. One, international students. We have 1,300 international students that pay cash. And so we're collecting that money. And in addition to that, regular students, U.S. Students, they get grants, but they also have to pay cash. And we're collecting the cash payments.
So you had a January semester. Are you on semester or quarter?
Yes, January.
Was that a semester?
Yes, that's the spring semester for
Okay,
us.
so that's when a lot of financial aid should be coming in. Now, today is March 28th, 29th already,
Mhm.
and you haven't received a dime from the Department
That's
of
correct.
Ed.
And we don't foresee seeing any monies from the feds until about June or July.
Okay? Now, we've had schools before that was on heightened measures with the department, and their time frame was a lot shorter than 6-7 months from receiving any funds, and it's a tedious process, okay? You know, can the school survive without any cash flow? And if it's being run independently of the owner, since the owner has been put aside, you know, and the owner is still willing to put in, what, $5 million? Did you say that he already put in?
I had conversations with him lately, and he asked me, how much money do you think that you're going to need in the next few months? I told him 10 million. So he is going to put 5.5 by tomorrow. He's going to have to put up the rest too. Because remember, we are going to be getting a significant amount of cash sometime in June or July. It's not like we have not earned any tuition. We have.
You have earned it.
And eventually that's going to get paid.
Right.
So
You're dealing with the United States Department of Education. Okay, you have issues with the state, you have issues with your accrediting body, and you have issues with USDOE. So I wouldn't count your chickens before they hatch.
We're
okay,
not. We're not.
By talking with the president, but by him giving money, investing, does that get his foot back into the door somehow where he has some sort of influence? I know with Harris he won't. Okay, but
I'm the anti-Alex. I mean, I like Alex personally, but my job is to say, Alex, you're not part of this school anymore. If you don't want to invest in your own school, it's going to close. Your whole 30-some years of work will disappear. And if you don't behave yourself, CIE, Michi, the Department of Education is going to pull your ticket, and your investment will be worth zero. So his incentive to do that is not to come back in to control things. His incentive to do that is to get the 15 or 12 or $15 million that we're owed and continue to have a viable school. If he doesn't see that, then the Board of Trustees is looking at, I'm not saying we're going to do this, we're looking at recommending to him, they look for a sale, we look for a merger. And we do know of people who are interested in buying the school, we do know of people who are interested in merging the school. So we're not being Pollyannish about this.
Okay.
We're not being Pollyannish about this.
One contingency I would like to have staff do, since you already have the information, go through the nominating resumes and see how many references Russia speaks Russian or Romania. Okay? Because I just find it strange if you're doing a nominating committee and you have that background pretty much the same as the owner. You know, I have concerns about that.
Well, the board members, Mr. Sedio, as you can guess from his last name, is an Italian American. I'm a Jewish American. Mr. Odom is an African American. Ms. Alsop is an African American. Mr. Hussein is a Middle Eastern, Iraqi,
Pakistan.
Pakistani American. So none of us, Jeff Bolstein has a heritage, as he said, but he's an American. Chris Bjornstad is a Norwegian American. And it's not the nominating committee, ultimately, Mr. Chairman, to decide. It's up to the entire board to decide. So there's no one on the board who's going to say, oh, just because he's a Russian speaker, he's okay. We want someone who has the management skills, the leadership skills, to make sure that all this has happened the last few months. This is wiped away. We get back to what we do best: teach students, place.
Okay. Commission members, you have questions?
Yes,
I do.
Mr. Cressida, I do.
Okay. We'll start with Ms. Bradley and go around the table.
Okay. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
When I saw you, Mr. Harris, I didn't recognize you. I knew you, and then it
See
was
you
all
again.
clear. Yep,
See you again.
yep. Okay, and welcome.
Thank you.
My questions have to do with what I've been reading. We have, and thanks to your staff for submitting things to us, and thanks to our staff for putting it all together. My questions are pretty simple. Did we receive a teach-out plan and what about agreements? Were there no agreements? But we have a plan, okay?
Is that plan have substance to it, or was it just very loosey-goosey?
It had substance.
Okay.
And Mr. Valencia is now talking to schools directly about agreements, Ms. Bradley.
Okay.
He is in schools that you would recognize. They're high-quality schools. We hope we don't go there, but we also know the students are the most important thing.
Right.
Make sure that they have an opportunity and that their credit is transferred.
Right. Well, let's hope you can secure those agreements and send them on to Mr. Bowman. I'd like to make sure that in the teach-out that it is, now that these other things have occurred, like the HCM2 and so forth, that the teach-out there's ongoing reporting with the teach-out with student data. I don't know if that's already included, but you have how many students in Florida?
300.
300. So it's not, it's a job, but it's not, prohibitive. So if you could, please submit data on the students, and the staff will fill you in on what they need, where we can see if things happen and they don't go the right way, how, the progress of the students and where they are, and, how much time they have left, and so forth. Balances, all that kind of thing. And staff will make sure that the right things are included. So I would like to add that as a contingency.
That was, Ms. Bradley, that was included in the child.
Okay, all right.
Which, again, you have it.
Right, but we're going to need continuing
No
updates.
question. Yes.
Yes, continuing it, like how, what's going on today, and so forth.
That's correct.
Especially if something would happen and you'd lose a bunch of students at one time.
Mhm.
Sometimes things start snowballing. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the accrediting commission, Middle States. Did I hear you say you're having a visit tomorrow?
A guidance.
Okay,
visit.
so what does that mean?
They had put the school on show cause.
I thought they were on probation.
Probation, and then
No,
they-
they're not ready again.
we submitted the report on January 3rd. And they came for a visit. And the visiting team gave a good review, to the point where the only standard that we were out of compliance was 7. And that was on January 31st.
Could we stop?
The way the Middle States work, after that, it goes to a follow-up committee. And then the follow-up committee issues recommendation to the full commission. And the full commission met on March 10th. And for some reason, which I'm going to find out tomorrow, they decided to put us on show cause. And so this guidance visit is to clarify certain things, and also, and we're supposed to provide a report to them by April 15th. Again, I will send you this information to you immediately once we got that report. And so tomorrow we are going to find out exactly what are their expectation of that April 15th report. So.
April 15th. Oh, what is expected of you? Yeah, I'm looking at a letter dated from you, February 1st, to Jason.
Right.
And they're just a capsule, bullet points of the criteria which you do not meet.
Right.
Some that you meet, some that you not meet.
Right.
And so, so between then and now, what's occurred?
I don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Don't know. Okay.
We don't know.
We thought on January 31st, they wanted to see certain governance issues resolved, such as training and bylaw revision, et cetera. And we were in presidential selection. We were moving ahead on all those fronts. And this letter shows up on March 11th and said, you're doing all these things wrong. And so we were surprised, to say the least.
Right.
I mean, the visiting team said it was okay. So I don't know the disconnect between the visiting teams.
But whatever they need, we will do.
Yes,
But-
absolutely.
But we need more information before Jose can write the report and submit it to Michi. They sent us a letter, but the letter's a lot of legal stuff. It's clear, but it's not. And so we need some edification from the organization itself as to what they are looking for in our response on April.
Well, I'm sure whatever criteria they say you do not meet right now, you have to show them that you're meeting that criteria.
Right.
And that your plans going forward include all these strategic things that you're going to do to make the college better. Okay, so it seems like everything happened very quickly
That is correct, yes.
on their end.
On Meshi's, yes.
Right, on their end. So they're back again this week, and
By the way, that's one of the questions I have. I mean, it seems that it is an expedited process.
right.
Their problem is the problem that the chairman mentioned, that Sam mentioned. He told us 4 years ago that he wasn't coming back, and now he's back.
Correct.
He brought the board, he put his friends in there to appoint him. So I think that underlines everything that's going on. And we're going to continue to show you, as members of the CIE, the legal opinions we have. And again, lawyers may disagree, but we believe that this is a solid one. We know that if Alex comes back, assuming you let us continue to operate here in Hialeah, I hope you will, and in Manhattan and Brooklyn, Michigan, if Alex comes back, you're going to pull the ticket the next day. It's not going to be a 3-month or 6-month or 9-month operation. If he comes back again, and if he comes back again, he's shooting himself in the foot, because his 36 years of working to build a school will have zero value all of a sudden. Zero.
Right.
It'll be worth nothing.
Right. Well, and of course, I trust that you will, once they're out the door, you can provide Mr. Ferguson with you know, and a summary or minutes or something of what happened. So, and then all the formal that may come after that. I don't know if they're going to give you another report or what they're going to, who knows, right? I mean,
No, actually, after this process, this report, April 15th, the next step is we are going to be going to the full commission. We're going to have to send the report and then go there and like here.
right.
What date is that?
That's June, in the first week of June. I will send you that timeline from now to then.
You know what, since you offered a timeline, I think that would help. I mean, I've spent a lot of time going through your materials, and again, I appreciate everything you've put together, but I think a whole chronology of events would help, that would help everybody.
Yes, I will send you.
Yeah.
He's constantly having to remind the board, because again, all this stuff has just been zoom, 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 zoom.
Right, right.
You know, usually these things are over a year or 2 or 3. This has
Right.
been 5 months.
I will send you the exact dates.
Okay.
It's April 15th, key date. The report is due. Then at the end of April, there's going to be a visiting team, a show cause visiting team coming to the school to validate what we put in the report. And then after that, we need to go to Philadelphia to present to the.
So you have a visit tomorrow.
It's a guidance.
And then you have a visit at the end of April, and then you need to present or go before the full commission in June.
That's correct. That's a must, by the way. We will be presenting. They told us that.
And they will have the report by April 15th. That they will be. Then, as Jose said, tomorrow, they're just coming tomorrow to help us understand what happened between January 31st and March 10th, and what we have to do to make comfortable here. The next stage is whether we're going to get our ticket pulled or not. It's not an informational visit. The next time we go before them, they're going to be deciding whether to put us out of business or say, we're convinced you now need to be upgraded instead of downgraded. By the way, Jose has consistently filed with the Department of Education requests for reimbursement, but under HCM2, the department can take forever. That's what he was saying.
Right.
And he said
We submitted the first reimbursement request early January, and we not heard from them.
Well, just to tag on to this, Bradley, do you mind?
Of course. I don't mind.
Or what disclosure, what are you telling your new students and your continuing students regarding financial aid? Because I would assume some of them are looking for stipends, living expense money, and let's say they go to school, let's say they started in January, I'll just use that as an example. They filled out all the paperwork, you're doing what you need to do to get reimbursed, and the money never comes, okay? And they spent this semester. Are they going to be charged?
First of all, let's say student A files for Pell Grants. Let's say $4,000, let's say. And the tuition is $5,000. So there's a $1,000 that the student has to pay. Let's say that he takes $2,000 loan. We have to, by law, we have to reimburse him for the loans. And we do. Before we submit the reimbursement request to the Department of Education, we have to pay the students first out of our own pocket.
It has to be posted on their ledger card.
And posted, and then the U.S. Department of Education will reimburse us for the whole thing.
That wasn't my scenario.
Yes.
My scenario, you have somebody who started in January, which was a semester start. Let's say you don't get out of trouble with the accrediting commission, with the US DOE or us, and as Harris is saying, you got your ticket pulled, okay? Will that student be charged for the January semester?
The answer is yes, we have charged already. And that's how we have to submit it to the Department of Education. However, let's say the Department of Education does not, for whatever reason, reimburse us, we will not go after the student for
Okay.
anything.
Do the students sign a disclosure of any sort, letting them know the current situation with financial
We
aid?
are letting them know. And in fact,
Is it
that's one
in-
of the,
Is it in writing, and do
we're
they
going to put
sign
it in writing now, yes.
Okay, but you haven't done it
We have
yet.
not done it. No, we have not done it.
Jose has briefed the staff, he's briefed the faculty. I mean, this all happened
Yeah.
just a week and a half ago. And the students are being told verbally.
Yeah.
But we want to put it in writing so that they understand exactly what the situation is.
On
And the
the
other thing,
website?
Mr. Chairman, you may have noted that just last week, the Department of Education changed the participation agreement so that now the owners of these schools have a lot more financial responsibility if the students can't pay their loans back.
Right.
Right.
So there, again, a lot more risk for the owner if he doesn't make sure that the school continues to operate in a way that we do get our reimbursements from the Department of Education. Because if the school goes down, he's gonna owe all that money to the students, to the Department of Education also. They'll collect it from him to cover the cost of the loans that the federal government.
And the first pot of money that they're going to go after is the accounts receivable. So, if they owe us money and the owner owes money, they will take it from there first. And if there's more, then the owner is going to have to pay it out of his own pocket.
Ms. Bradley, were you done? Or- I'm sorry for jumping in.
No, that's okay. No, I think you've explained pretty much what I was, aside from the owner's problems, when any school is facing HCM2 and major issues with your accreditor, doesn't matter who you are, you got trouble. So that's where I'm coming from, is that we're kept informed and that the students are taken care of.
Okay. Dr. Matos and
Yes.
then Ms. Mulherron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Obviously also reading the materials, there's several items that stress the fact that the owner has stepped down as a president. Obviously, we have an interim president. We also have a copy of the agreement with Sheffrin and Associates for search candidates for presidency. I see in the documentation that the deadline for application for candidates was January. Can you tell us where you are with your search for president?
We got 30-some resumes. About half a dozen of them looked credible as potential presidents. However, now that we're in the show cause situation, it's a little hard to convince those people to continue forward with their application to be the new president. We're trying to reassure them that if they do and they are selected, they will be held harmless. If for some reason the school closes and they've been hired, their salary will be paid, we'll put it in escrow, whatever needs to be done.
Yeah, but
And
I
so
guess,
we
I
think-
guess my question was, applications were due on the 31st. We are now towards the end of March. So the candidates have been selected, has there been a preliminary, where are you? Where were you?
We're not as far along as I would like. The chairman is moving a little more slowly than I would like. But as I said, we have identified 4 people who have been presidents of colleges, who seem highly qualified, who seem very energized to take this job. And the president, or my chairman, was talking to one of them last week, I believe. And we're going to talk to the other 3. He may have talked to the other 3 already. I haven't talked to him in a few days.
Has Middle States asked you to submit to them an update report on your presidential search?
The April 15th, we have to include that, yes.
Is there a way that we can add as a contingency that we receive copies of that?
Yes.
Can we?
Dr. Matos, we have been, whatever we send to New York State, whatever we send to Middle States, we always send it to you, or vice versa.
Okay, but I'm just verbalizing that I would like that to be added as a contingency,
And if
okay?
you have some recommendations of people, please forward them to us. It doesn't have to be a search firm that identifies these people. You may know people who are highly qualified, and if they're interested, just let us know, and we'll talk to them.
Thank you. I would like to add it that before the April 15th, if they can provide us with an update, that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're looking for an activity report.
Absolutely.
What's coming
Well,
from
I mean,
Shefford and
my thing is, first of all, it's just the agreement. You know, I personally would like to get clarification on behalf of the commission on the role that Shefford had because of the search committee and how Shefford is working with the search committee. Because again, that speaks to
Because
how
we
involved.
We have the agreement, but we do not have the activity.
That is correct.
Okay.
So I guess because we have concerns about the involvement, it would be a good idea for us to get that documentation.
And very quickly, as a follow-up to Dr. Matos, who signed with Chevron for this search? Who signed the agreement?
That
Was it the
was
board or-
done.
The board?
December, it was
Alex.
before I was on the board.
Yeah, so that was December. Probably was signed by the previous president. Yes.
The previous president?
Yes.
And who was the previous president?
Alex Shigal.
Oh, okay. It was signed by,
I believe he
interestingly
signed it.
enough, it says that they reserve the right to terminate this agreement on 30
Correct.
days' notice. But he's not in charge of anything, right?
We believe that Chevron is a high-quality organization.
Mm.
I've known the Chevron organization for many years.
That's fine. I'm just saying that Chagall signed it, and he obviously can terminate it if he wishes to, because
But we can
his
sign
is
a
the
new one.
signature on here.
We can sign a new one, Mr. Ferguson. I mean, we don't have to listen to what he wants to do.
Okay.
If we don't find a candidate among the 30-some people who have submitted resumes, then we go back to Chevron or maybe somebody else.
But-
Sign a new agreement.
Can I?
And the board has the right, and to do that without anything being said by Alex Shigal.
So if I can add a clarifying comment to that, the reason why I'm asking the contingencies is because it is unclear of the role of Shefford in the entire search for a president, especially when we have data of an agreement and then a search committee and then there's no activity, knowing that this, as you all have said right now, it is a pressing matter. So.
Are you saying, I just want to be clear on this, when you read the agreement, you don't see what position? If you page down, you will see it's for the president. I missed it the first time going through, and I caught it on the second time, that they are looking for a president and it has the president's responsibilities on there.
It does.
But
not the role of the search firm. Because sometimes you get search firms that do all of it, the entire process up until the last 3 candidates. And in some cases, they only collect, they do the preliminary review, and then they submit. In this case, would be either an institutional committee to do. But it's not really quite clear yet. So because in my concern, may I please? Thank you. And I guess I'm going to echo my concern because of the signature on that agreement. I am obliged to ask.
Okay.
Trying to be politically correct here.
Well, I'm willing to sign another agreement, number one. Number two, we've chosen to let the nominating committee do the hard work rather than asking Shefford to do the hard work.
Again, confusing because you call it nominating committee, yet in our documentation, it's called search committee. So we'll just get it all clarified.
Okay, Ms. Mulhern?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to piggyback a little bit on Dr. Matos' comment about the search, I noticed in the materials that the requirements did not list higher education or post-secondary education as a requirement for the presidential search. It was more around leadership and fiscal responsibility and so on and so forth. So I just was curious, why is there no requirement for post-secondary?
I cannot tell you. I wasn't part of that process when this contract was signed, so I wouldn't know.
That was
Sorry.
the former president was.
But all the 36 or 37 resumes we received were from the Chevron forwarded to us, were all people who had experience in higher education. There wasn't somebody who came from some other industry district in front of the parents who did it for school. Everybody had a background in higher education.
I would say 8.
Okay, I mean, you can certainly hire someone from another industry. I just was curious why it wasn't specified for education experience, because it certainly would help. With your board members, first of all, what is your student demographic?
42% Hispanics, 38% African American, and then we have Chinese, Russians, Middle East.
Okay. And majority of the students male or female or half and half?
It's about 75% are female.
Okay. So I would just beg the question why the board members are not aligned with your student demographic. If you have mostly female students, you have a large population of African American, Hispanic students, it would be a great opportunity with board seats being filled to fill with people that do align with your student demographic better. So, you know, that is a concern of mine, that the fact that there was this change that was a, you know, the sole stakeholder, you know, had this unprecedented action of changing the board members at his sole discretion and against your own governing policies. So you had the governing policies in place, however, he didn't follow his own policies, and so that could certainly happen again.
You're absolutely correct. Throughout my professional career, I've headed other organizations, including the New York Association for New Americans, that resettled 500,000 refugees in this country. I have always followed that rule that you said, which is the board has to reflect the population you serve. No question about it. Again, I'm not going to say that again, but I will. I was not part of that process. If you ask me what has happened since January 3rd when I became interim president, then I will be able to respond to that. But this was done before. But we are in the process of doing that. It's not like it hasn't occurred to us. It has, and Harris and I have spoken. I have spoken to the chair, and we must do that. Absolutely.
The challenge is, and I've talked to 3 or 4 people, half of whom are women, that they go to Google, they Google this and they say, tell me when your problems are gone. Sorry. But, you know, I talk to people who I think would be good additions, who have experience, and they say, they Google it, and they say, well, ASA has all these problems. When your problems are solved, call me. So it's tough to recruit somebody into a school that has these kind of problems. But that doesn't mean we're not going to continue to try. And I agree, we should have diversity. We have 2 African American members of the board, 1 Middle Eastern or Pakistani, I guess, 1 Italian American, and this guy whose grandparents came from Latvia.
Yeah, so that would be something moving forward. I know the board members are already selected, handpicked by that one individual, so it's too late now. But because it does go against the school's own governing policies, it's just a huge concern that this is.
Let me correct something. These people who are on the board currently are not people who were hand-selected by Mr. Chagall.
Okay.
The people he put in last October, when he dismissed the existing board, he put in people who were his supporters so that they would appoint him as interim president.
Okay, yes.
Those people did not survive the cut, so to speak.
Okay.
So the people today are not people who are on the board because they are beholden or were appointed by Alex. And anybody who's added to the board has to be voted on by the board, and we're not really interested in what Alex has to say, unless he has some great candidate. I mean, of course, if he has some great candidate, we'll look at that person. But it's not his decision who gets added to the board.
Okay, so the majority of the board members today then are people that have been, that were replacing the people that he had hand-selected. Okay, so you did have an opportunity to put in people that aligned with the student demographics, and you didn't. So it just would be advice moving forward.
Sure.
The other thing I would say with the training of the board members, you said that there was training that was completed in January.
Okay, not completed. We've had 2 2-hour sessions by one member who used to be on Middle States, Dr. Rivera, and the other gentleman,
Cortez.
Dr. Cortez. They've each given us an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. We had a discussion on Saturday with Dr. Rivera about the letter so that we would better understand what was in the letter because he's a former commissioner. And this Saturday, we have a 4-hour session, half of which will be conducted by ASA.
And half by AGB.
And half by these experts from AGB. And that's doesn't end our training, but that means we've had something like 8 or 10 hours of training since January. Doesn't mean we know everything yet, but it does mean we take the training part of this very seriously. We've also all signed non-disclosure agreements. We also have to sign a sexual harassment agreement. It says the conflict of interest agreements. So we're trying to do everything by the book as much as possible.
Yeah, I would just make sure to include training on diversity inclusion, on fiduciary responsibility, on fiscal oversight, governance, hiring and firing the CEO and president. That the board has that responsibility, not the president, not the other way around. So make sure the board is clear of their responsibilities moving forward.
I'm in charge of rewriting the bylaws, and we're adding a specific DEIA component to it. So it doesn't just have this general, kumbaya. It says we focus on DEIA. So that's being added in there.
Okay.
And it's very clear, we're writing it as tightly as we can, that only the board has the authority to hire and fire the president.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
We're also adding an audit committee. For some strange reason, there's no audit committee. We're adding that.
Oh, very good, very good, thank you. Okay, and then my other question was just making sure we had the train out because inevitably that may be what happens here. We don't know. I hope not for the students' sake, but that's all the questions I have.
Okay. There is no recommendation from staff. My suggestion is bring them back in May for an update. And then bring them back in July. By that time, we'll know what happened with the full commission meeting.
I agree.
Is everybody okay?
Yes.
We don't have to vote on that, do we?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you very much for allowing us to present here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any of you? Okay. We're gonna be breaking at 11:30 for lunch. They have a big tour bus coming in at 12:30. And if we get behind them, we'll never have lunch. But we will take like a 10-minute meeting or a 10-minute bathroom break right now. And then we'll come back for 20 minutes and then we'll take a lunch break.
We'll get a shorter day tomorrow.
You're under legal counsel reports.
Yep. Jenna, you ready? Okay, here we go.
I believe that concludes Mr. Ferguson's executive director report. Now we have legal counsel report, final orders.
Good morning. As you can see, there's 6 requests for final orders. I just need the commission to approve that.
Do we do it? Do we do it?
Do that in a consent?
Right.
Yes, you can.
Motion for consent.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Dr. Matos, second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Kleenex.
Ms. Mulhern, like to look at any?
No, sir.
Dr. Matos?
I'm good with everything.
Dr. Kitchens?
None.
Ms. Bradley?
No, sir.
Chair will entertain a motion on final orders for items 1 through 6.
So moved.
A
Second.
motion by Dr. Matos, second by Dr. Kitchens. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Administrative complaints. We have 3 of them.
In February, last month, we had a probable cause panel. Thank you, Ms. Bradley, for chairing that. Probable cause was found on 3 different schools as listed. The administrative complaints have been provided, but there is a caveat, well, not caveat, a requirement of our rule that you guys will review the recommendation of the probable cause panel. You should have gotten a late addition filing that listed the 3 schools, and the recommendation for each was revocation. So I just need to make sure that everybody reviewed it and to inform you that the administrative complaints have been filed and served upon each party. As an update, I believe 2 are going to be relinquishing their license and 1 would like to go for a formal administrative hearing.
Okay,
Do we need a motion to approve?
Nope,
Nope.
Do we need a motion to accept?
nope.
We're good.
And that's it for the legal counsel report.
Yeah, you said it was going to be quick. It was quick.
We have 15 minutes before we have to break, Mr. Chair.
Okay, institutions ordered to appear back before the commission, items 1 through 4.
Move to consent?
Would you like, have a motion by Dr. Matos for consent,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion.
Mr. Chair, I need to disclose that I'm affiliated with number 2.
So noted. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, application for provisional license. American Business University, Miami.
We haven't voted. We just went consent.
Oh, I apologize.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Kitchen.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Ms. Mulhern, would like to pull any?
This is from, it's back to Section A, or were you on?
This is from institutions ordered to appear
Yeah.
back before.
No, no, sir.
Dr. Matos?
I have none.
Dr. Kitchens?
None.
Bradley?
I have none.
I did that on purpose, just to see if you guys were awake.
We're still with you.
Okay, we have nothing to look at, review. Chair will entertain a motion for approval of items 1 through 4.
Move
moved.
to accept.
A motion by Dr. Matos.
Actually, Ms. Mulhern made it and I seconded.
Okay. A motion by Lynn Mulhern, second by Dr. Matos. Hearing further discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You all passed the test. Very good.
Yay.
Now, application for provisional licensure. Number 8 is being pulled from the agenda, and also number 2 is being pulled from the agenda. Number 1 is American Business University, Miami.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron,
I'll second that.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all...
Yes. Oh,
Oh, we're in discussion. Okay, go ahead.
yes, I just had one quick recommendation. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think it's still morning. I would recommend that you tighten up your faculty response time on weekends. I think it said 48 hours versus 24 during the week, and a lot of students are actually doing their work on weekends, so to have the response time be 48 hours is pretty much the whole weekend. So I would just make that recommendation. It's not a contingency because it's not in our rule, but it's a strong recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I liked your participation, your grading was clear, so thank you for that. That's all I had.
Have you all run a school before?
Nope.
Okay. What type of you have what, 3 bachelors and 3 masters? Who helped give you input on designing these programs?
It was a team that we hired so they can advise us to design the whole curriculum for bachelors and masters.
Okay, as a contingency, I would like to see, please submit the invoice to the commission. And what library resources do you have?
For the library, I'm so sorry, I'm very nervous to be here.
Don't be scared, don't be nervous.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm gonna find the information. Library here. We are going to be using the elibrarylearn.net.
Okay, which membership did you purchase?
Excuse me.
How much?
Excuse me, Commissioner. Can you repeat the question?
How much did you pay for your subscription?
Give me a second. It was $1,500 for a year.
Okay. As a contingency, they need to go back to learn and have the library resources for baccalaureate programs and master's programs. That membership is entry level, and you're not coming in at entry level.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Dr. Matos.
Just a couple of, I would actually add them as contingencies because I'm not sure if the school can actually, anyway, I know that we need to break. Here's my concern that needs to be added as a contingency. In your catalog, you are defining your academic year, and you also are defining your weeks of instruction, which really does not align with your start date and your end date within your semester. So you need to do either redefine
your beginning date and end date of your academic year or redefine your academic calendar. It's got to be one or the other, and I'm going to leave that up to you, but it needs to be added as a contingency. And also, if your academic year is actually 3 semesters, then really your definition of the weeks of instruction it doesn't match as well. So, in conclusion, the area of academic offerings, semester end date and start dates, definition of semester by week and by contact hours, and also beginning and end date, they need to be redefined and resubmitted to the commission. Okay. Secondly, in your admissions process, because you offer courses in Spanish and English, there's no description on how language is defined or how students have to prove their language proficiency. So that also needs to be added as a contingency. Okay? And I think I'm going to leave it as that for now.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Bradley.
thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I have several questions. One is a follow-up to what Dr. Matos was speaking about with the semesters. And my question has to do with how do you charge tuition? How do you charge your students?
So we are going to be charging them during the enrollment. They can do the full payment, or otherwise they can do a first payment and then monthly payment without interest.
So what's their period of financial obligation?
So while they are in enrollment, studying with us, we will divide the full amount in monthly payment since the beginning until they finish and they graduate.
Okay, what I'm getting at is when the student signs the contract and they say, I'm enrolling in this school and I agree to pay whatever, how much of that do they owe? What's their commitment?
Okay, we will work with them to figure out like a plan for each student. So they make a principal and initial investment, and then we divide everything for the next semester that they will be enrolled.
Okay, you just said what I was looking for.
Okay.
I think what you're saying is that you're charging by the semester.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's what most institutions do. A student signs up, they're going to be a new student, their period of financial obligation is the semester.
Yes, semester.
Yes, they've signed up for the program, but you're not obligating them to pay for the program. They're obligated in that semester. Okay? Now, the second thing, you have these A, B, and C. What is that?
Those are the terms in which we divide all the content that we are going to give to them in each semester.
Okay. So each semester has an A, B, C?
Yes.
All right. And I understand academically how that would be. So that means what, 16 weeks?
It's going to be, each term is going to be with 4 weeks. So there's going to be 12 weeks.
12?
Yes.
12-week semesters?
No, because between the breaks and the, the registration period is going to be each semester 16 weeks. But
16 weeks?
Yes.
Okay, that's more in line with.
Okay.
All right, so your drop add period, okay, which is in your refund policy.
Yes.
When does the drop add period, when is that? How is that assigned?
In this case, depending of each semester, we have assigned like the last day for the add drop. Like, for example, at fall is going to be September 19. So since the beginning, the registration period started on August, and they have like 1 month until the last day and drop.
Okay, so the add drop is also applied at each semester.
Yes.
To make sure that's very clear in your catalog, I'd like to make that a contingency.
Okay.
To explain that in more detail.
Okay.
Because I was having trouble distinguishing between the ABC and were you going to be imposing add drops then, or how is that going to work?
Okay.
Okay, I have another question, and that's about your ownership. I had it up, E-Online Tech. Who's E-Online Tech? That's you? Okay. You own 49% of the school. All right. And are you,
Could you step up to the microphone,
yeah,
please?
please, and introduce yourself. And would you introduce yourself, sir?
Jose Guarisma.
Okay. And tell me about your company. What's E-Online Tech?
My company in Spanish is a development academic programs, platform, LMS, everything to teach education.
Okay. So you're working on the delivery of the online education? Is that what you're,
Yes.
is that your role?
Yes.
Dr. Otero, you may want to jump in here and help. If you can explain E-Online Tech.
E-Online Tech is the LMS, SIS, an administrative platform that, of course, it works in a traditional way. It also allows students that speak Spanish, address it in Spanish or in English. And basically, it will have resources related to the instructional programs.
Okay. Is E-Online Tech and its 49% ownership, are you working with any other institutions?
Florida Global University.
Florida Global University, okay. Is that, you have to remind me, is that a client of yours?
Mine or his?
Is yours,
Oh, yes,
Otero?
yes, yes.
Is that one of your clients?
Yes, Florida Global is one of my clients.
Okay. So you have ownership in this school, but your company is, do you also have ownership in Florida Global?
His father, with the same name, owns Florida Global University.
Okay, okay, that kind of clears it up.
Yes.
All right. So as an individual, this is your company, and you have 49% ownership in the business, and then the other 25, 26, I think it was. Is that the two of you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're the owners here.
Yes.
Are you all based in Florida?
Yes.
Okay. So everything's going to be done here.
Yes.
Okay, because I noticed, you have some your faculty, international people educated elsewhere and so forth. So you don't have an operation somewhere else?
No, we have our own building at Miami Design District where we operate other business, and for this project also will be the place, the facility.
Okay. All right. That clears up my question on ownership.
I just need to add one more contingency, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Matos.
Resubmission of faculty listing to reflect credentialed faculty to teach the general education core of all of their curricula. Thank you.
You all married?
Yes.
Which two?
We,
I'm the lucky one.
Okay, so you own 49%, and the two of you own 51%.
yes.
Can you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Yes, I'm Jose Villalobos.
Okay, hold on one second.
Can I ask a question while you're on
Yeah, go ahead.
He's listed as a
it? Okay,
faculty member.
you're out of Venezuela, correct?
Excuse me.
Venezuela, is that?
Is Spanish from.
From Dominican Republic, but I'm American too.
We are American citizens.
You have a blog.
Excuse me, I have what?
You have a blog?
Yes, I have a blog. Our blog serves 1 million people every month.
Okay. You're going to be on Biscayne,
Yes, Biscayne Boulevard.
and that's where you're recruiting out of? And you're primarily recruiting where?
Yes.
In the area, nationwide, what? Jose, help out here. What are they doing exactly on Biscayne?
So we are going to be attracting the underserved Spanish population in Florida. We want to start with Miami citizens.
And you will have, okay, you're going to be totally online,
Yes, I know.
so you're not going to have any classrooms at Biscayne.
No, we are going to have an office, a facility, so we can receive students that they want to go to the process of enrollment in person, other to do it by phone or by email or the regular channels.
Okay, when you say underserved students, define that for me. What do you?
Of course. My background is digital marketing and social media, and we want to attract and really help, like, for example, high schooler. Right now, they are lost. They really want to get into digitals and things that are online and are the future. But I think that sometimes we don't hear a lot what they want. For example, they are gamers, they are content creators, they want to follow and pursue their dreams, their hobbies, and convert that maybe in a profession. And so with our bachelors, we can help them so they can study while they can pursue also their hobbies and their passion. And also we want to help the high achiever. For example, there is a lot of professionals working right now. They were thinking like, I need to do a master, I want to do a master, but they never find the perfect time. And we want to help them so they can continue with their profession, with their jobs, while they can be trained. Last year, a lot of people quit their jobs because company weren't training those people, those employees. So they quit. At ABU, we want to offer the education that they need to be the future leaders.
Okay, what exactly is the relation between American business and global?
Right now, I want to tell you a story. In 2020, the pandemic hit, and my husband and I own a business like an academy, online school. We have thousands and thousands of students, paid students, in the last years. So we designed a new program. It was to train marketers to be more analysts and strategics. And because it was one of my dreams since I was like studying my bachelor to work in an organization like a university, I told my husband, I wish that we could have an endorsement for a university. And that happened. We met Jose Guarisma from Florida Global University, and we had for the first time a certification in our online academy with an endorsement. And what happened was incredible. 6 months later, we started receiving testimonial from people that they were crying and they were bringing those diplomas to their parents because they didn't have a bachelor or master. That was the first time that they got a certification with an endorsement. And in that moment, we knew it, that how much could change a people when they have a good education. And that was the beginning of this project in 2020 when we got that relationship with them. For our courses.
Well, you just said you had another school. What are you talking about? A certification? What? What are you talking?
No, it is like we have an online school. We teach social media, marketing, like that's other business. And for the first time, we use, I don't know, it's like continuing education. It's nothing like this. I'm sorry, I don't know if I misunderstand.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask, do you mean that you have online, do you mean that you have social media training videos
Yes, social
and
media training,
tutorials
yes.
and things
Yes,
like that that you
yes.
broadcast through your
Yes.
social channels? Okay.
Yes, that was,
So
sorry.
it's just videos and, things that you see on social media that people can click on and,
Mass open courses.
yeah.
Okay. I'll go back to mine. What's that gentleman's name? What's your name?
José Guarisma.
Okay, es una influencer, social media influencer.
No, 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 tu nombre. José Guarisma.
What is it?
José Guarisma.
José.
So there's two Jose's?
Yes.
Three?
I know.
Three Jose.
I know.
Who's on first?
I don't know who's on second. Okay, we're missing your financial statements, so I'll make that as a contingency that we need his financial statements. Why are you starting off? You never ran a school before. You want to change people's lives. Why are you starting off with baccalaureate and master degree programs?
Because there are a lot of people that they don't even have a bachelor, so they cannot go to a master or even a PhD. And we are not talking about young people. We are talking about, like, I don't know, maybe a person like my mom. She couldn't finish at that time the bachelor. So for us, it's important. I truly believe in the education, like in this kind of education. For me, it was a game changer. I have a bachelor, I have 2 masters, I have a PhD, and that changed my life. That got me skills and ability that I couldn't got it otherwise. So that's like one of the reasons why I'm really looking forward for this.
I mean, instead of starting an associate that could transfer into a bachelor's, to give students, a success and also like a step ladder, different degrees going up, just offering bachelor's can be difficult for you. Graduate school, if you've never run a school before and you're going to run a graduate school, what qualifications do you have to run a graduate school?
I've been, as a Vilma Nunes and my other business, I've been teaching digital marketing business for 10 years. Right now, like the content and the methodology that I had created as a professor are in most of the online school and university in Spanish around the world. They are using my content that I created as a professor with this knowledge. I've been trained, I had trained in the past around 60,000 people with my tutorials, my online courses in the last 7 years. And we really are committed to give updated education. We learn things in our businesses, how we do things from the scratch, and then we teach to them. It is also a big responsibility for us. I'm the CEO of that online school because we have thousands and thousands new students each semester, months, that we need to serve them, that we need to help. And I'm the one in charge of all the tutors and of the professors and of the content that is approved there also.
Can I ask?
Yes.
And I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Can I just make a comment to
okay.
follow up on my question? So you guys know where I stand. I feel it's a stretch for a baccalaureate degree. but I feel it's a stretch when you're talking about a master's degree and how a master's degree should be operated. It almost goes to the question, what we talked about yesterday with nursing. Do you start off with an RN or do you start off with an LPN and move forward to get your basis? But I just have doubts about the graduate programs.
Mr. Chair, following
it was Nancy.
your line of question, can I just ask
Go
one quick
ahead.
question? In your faculty listing, how many of your faculty have experience teaching college level?
They all have experience.
They have all taught at a college or university?
And at universities.
They have taught at universities. At what level have they taught?
They had taught, just give me 1 second to double check.
I'm trying to support your point of view, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Looks like it. I think they're using the same faculty as Global, aren't they?
Could be.
See, Joey, see if there's a list of faculty listed for
They
Global.
have experience for graduate programs, for masters, and also for a PhD.
And some of these individuals, they're going to also be involved in the operation of the college?
Well, if we need like more advising for the programs, of course they will.
And so you are seeking to attract students from the United States in your faculty. Do your faculty all live in Venezuela?
No.
But they all have degrees from Venezuela.
Yes, but as you know, some of them already, a lot of Venezuelans live here in United States.
And how many of your faculty have experience teaching online?
All the faculty that are here, they have experience online because of the pandemic. The world changed and switched to online. So,
but have they taught here in the United States? These faculty, have they taught here in the United States?
They, for other university online in the United States, here, yes.
Okay. I still feel that I concur with you, Mr. Chair. It's just, I'm not sure.
May I ask?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm curious about your other school.
Okay.
Where is its base?
Okay, it is online.
I know. Okay, so you operate it out of your office or whatever?
We have 45 employees, me included, and we have office in Miami, we have office in Dominican Republic, and we teach around the world.
Okay, so your office is based here.
Yes.
And the programs that you're teaching are not licensed by us?
No.
Right, your school is not licensed by us?
No, we are like, I don't know if you know, like the model of Coursera and Udemy. We do the same. We put together a topic, like let's say social media marketing or social media management, and we teach them everything. That's it.
Okay. All right. Do you anticipate any of your students or completers from your current programs to enroll in the new university?
Of course, they will know because we will be making an invitation to them, and yes, they are going to be welcome as any.
Ms. Bradley, let's make
resident or
this
international.
easier. Let's add as a contingency.
Yeah.
They submit sufficient documentation of what this other company does.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And your faculty listing, how many of these people teach also at Global University?
The majority.
My point.
30 people.
What? 30? They didn't have 30 names.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, that faculty, the global faculty
Yeah.
teaches this.
Okay.
Yes, the majority is going to be, like 75% of
Okay.
them.
Okay, one more follow-up, especially since we're going to ask for information.
Of course.
Your students in your
Yes.
existing school, where do they live?
They live, right now we have 40% Latin America, 30% Spain, and the other United States. So, yes, it's going to be like that way.
Okay, yeah, if you can include that too.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
We have all that
Your
data.
info. Okay, thank you.
So they're very tied in with, what's the name? Florida Global?
Global.
A global university. Mixture of teachers. Are you or Global part of any other university outside of the United States?
Me or him? Him? Me? No,
You have no relationships with any university outside of Florida
no,
or outside the United States?
no, no.
Okay. I still feel the same. You know, I think it's a stretch to approve the bachelor's, but with their lack of knowledge of running a school, especially when it's made up of bachelor's and masters, that they don't have the experience yet with running a graduate school. And
Mr. Chair,
that's how I feel.
can I make a recommendation?
Yes.
Perhaps they could start with the digital management program, because it sounds like that's her background, and that could be the bachelor's program, and then they could graduate to a graduate level later. But starting with this many programs is definitely a concern. So perhaps starting with one program, the one that they're most skilled in.
The business administration?
The digital management, since she mentioned
She's a
that
blogger,
that's, they
got a
teach.
500,000 followers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Just the bachelor's programs, you're saying?
Yes. Well, I was suggesting maybe just one, the digital management bachelor's, but, perhaps all of the bachelor's and no master's programs.
Okay. Would you be willing just to start off with the baccalaureate programs and then come back later on, once you're established, to add the master's programs?
Just give me a second, please. It's okay. We will be honored if we can start with that part.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
We will be honored to start with the digital management bachelor.
Okay.
And the digital.
It was a digital management, right?
The 3 bachelors.
Yes. Oh, well, of course, we can start with the 3.
She agreed to 1, and now we're giving her 3. Okay.
they were happy with 1.
Yeah.
But you're
I'm
gonna
so
have
nervous.
But you're gonna have to change your name to American Business College versus University.
It's okay. We can do that.
Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did anybody look to see in their catalog if they say anything about CIE certifies their instructors?
No. No, I read the catalog, no.
Okay, because Global does.
Yeah.
So that's something we need to
No,
look
and
at.
yeah, if I
Okay,
can.
I'm gonna go.
Did Global help you develop the curriculum for this school?
No,
No?
no.
Whose father has a university in Venezuela? You do. Okay. And he has Global here.
Yes, yes. he
Yeah,
has.
but he has Global here, and he has a university outside the United States.
Yes, both of them. The
But you're
university.
not going to have any, you have no connection to them at all.
No.
You'll be teaching your own class with your own faculty.
Yes.
Okay. Want to go ahead and call the question?
Yes, I guess so. Yes. Do we have a motion?
Somebody needs to make a motion.
And yes, I think, did I make the original motion to accept?
No, we don't have a motion.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I'll rescind my original motion.
And Dr. Matos needs to resend.
That's right, I will resend my second.
And then I'd like to make a new motion to grant the provisional license and the online asynchronous delivery for the bachelor's degree programs only.
And approve the name of American Business College.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Matos.
With all the contingencies?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I will do that.
A motion by Lynn Mulharen, second by Dr. Matos. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, we're going to recess for lunch.
Yeah, we got to beat that tour bus.
There's a restaurant here, over by the golf course.
What time?
We're going to recess for an hour and 10 minutes.
People ask me.
commissioners. I feel like we're starting at 9 o'clock all over again.
Let's pretend it's 9.
I would ask the commissioners if they have any comments about catalogs, that if it's not material, that you just send it to staff.
No, let us have them.
Okay, if you have catalog issues, we have a huge agenda to get through, and let's get going. Arizona College of Nursing, University Park, come on down. As you come up, please introduce yourself for the record.
Certainly. My name is Matthew Egan, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs.
Okay.
Dr. Tranchot, Dean of Nursing.
Christine Furtaw, Executive Director of Academic Operations in Tampa.
Okay.
Jason Dunn, Vice President of Operations.
Alexis Osborne, Chief of Staff.
Matt Calhoun, Senior Vice President, Regulatory Affairs, New Campus Development.
Deborah Long, Director of Nursing Regulatory Affairs.
Nick Mansour, President.
Nick, did you forget anybody?
Nick, I thought Chris had told me that's what he was doing.
And Chris Giorgetti, Santoro and Giorgetti.
Nick, did you rent a bus to bring everybody down here? Or?
Should have saw that plane ticket bill.
Well, most of them live here.
Okay, we have Arizona College of Nursing, and this is for a new application for a provisional license. For which location?
Sarasota.
Sarasota,
yep.
And for online delivery hybrid. Chair will entertain a motion. Motion by Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second by Dr. Kitchen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We are in discussion.
If I might, Mr. Chair, I would say they have gone out of their way. Well, you can tell the group that's here, but they've gone out of their way to work with the commission staff to get all this together.
Yeah, I thought the submission was very good, so.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Thank you, Ms.
And
Castillo.
if I can add, I mean, the catalog is
Ma'am.
pristine.
Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I know you said no catalog, but thank you for consolidating your catalog, which is something I recommended a year ago, so thank you.
Certainly. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? On behalf of the chair, y'all did it.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank
We haven't voted yet. Don't get.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Remember, it was a
Awfully
tough-
presumptuous. I apologize.
See how excited Matthew got?
So what type of board do you have? No. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Congratulations.
everyone.
Well
Thank you.
done.
Good job.
Thanks to the staff.
Very well done.
Behavior and Law University, Kissimmee. I got a problem with the name.
Yeah.
Please,
Dr. López, President.
welcome.
Sergio López, Bookkeeping Assistant.
Ignacio Tolosa, CEO. Silvestre Cabezas, Student Recruitment Director.
Rodolfo González, Human Resources Director.
Okay, we don't get many building directors or HR directors to come to our meetings, but welcome.
Thank you.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. We're in discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I have a question about your online delivery, your orientation program. It was very vague here, so if you could just provide us a brief overview and then send that in to your program specialists about your orientation program for online students.
Good afternoon. The orientation, we will, I don't know what to say. Ah, okay. Yes, sorry. We can send you this in detail in the coming days. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, because it just has one line about online orientation using Skype, but it just doesn't get, it's such a critical part of the process for a student to get acclimated into the online modality that, it would be very helpful to have a much more robust description for our record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's all I have.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Bradley?
I do. Good afternoon. What I'm going to mention is something that came up in an earlier school that I think Dr. Otero also works with, and that's the semesters and the ABC. Were you here then? Probably in the room. So how are you charging the students? How are you assessing tuition? By what increments?
Yes, our student can pay in a full in one payment, or they can pay the registration and we can arrange a plan in a monthly basis. But they own only by a semester. So
By semester?
By semester.
Okay. And then your drop add periods?
It's 4 days each semester
For each semester?
For each semester.
Okay. And then what does the ABC represent?
ABC is the terms in which we divide the academic semester, the academic term, in order to organize the courses.
Part of terms,
I think what they're doing, and I think I'm extremely familiar with this, this is coming up today twice. You have original semester, that's A. 4 weeks later, B to B. C to C, and D to D. That will come in when they grow up and get financial aid.
Right.
That will be a big thing for them, but that's where the ABCD is coming from.
So it's like a rolling, is it a wheel?
It's part of terms, I think, Nancy.
Yeah, the terms.
It's part of the terms, and to concur, it also helps them to assess for the SAP at those given points.
Right, very good. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a few. Have you all run a school before?
No, we have in another business in Spain, and it's in continuing education, but we don't have another school.
Okay, my famous question. Do you have any affiliation, knowledge, or anything with a university outside the United States?
Yes, I have been during all of my professional life. I worked in different universities as a professor, as a researcher, and we know the higher education in deep. And most of our professors and staff know well the higher education.
This institution, does it have a relationship with the school outside the United States?
The only relationship is that I am the owner in both.
Relationship with other universities like UDIMA.
Okay, yes, we are working with some in Spain, in our company in Spain. We are working with some universities around the world in continuing education and giving support in the specific area we know which is behavioral science and forensic science.
Will you be sharing faculty and resources with this other university for this school?
No.
Since everything's online, so if there is a class offered in Spain, can students that's enrolled in this school take that class?
No,
I think I need to clarify a point. What they consider agreements or any relationships would be CEUs.
Talk into the mic, please.
Sorry. They have a corporation in Spain, in Madrid. In that corporation, they have CEUs. Some of the universities use their CEUs to be able to do their trainings. That's the extent of their experience in operations. Also, being able to come up with curriculum, they create their own curriculum. If you look at it, it's a specialized curriculum in criminal behavior based on everything from economics through, it's fairly in-depth in the field of psychology, however, it's, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it is not listed other than a profiler. So a lot of their clients would be either folks who are currently in various agencies, which is police, sheriff's office, Department of Defense, FBI, and so forth. So that's been their experience, and a lot of their professors have those credentials to be able to teach it. As far as their affiliation, they have the Heritage University, and those are the ones that they provide the continuing ed courses for. But it's through Behavior and Law Corporation, which is not the university.
Okay. So when you're in front of us a year from now, okay, we will check to see where your students are coming from. Okay?
Looks just like the first catalog.
Yeah. What are the 40,000 in assets you have?
That's mainly cash at the end of the year, last year, but the stockholder is ready to support financially the ramp-up of the university.
Hold on a second.
Mr. Chair, can I add a contingency? Go ahead.
What are the intangible assets?
Those are the programs that have been developed and contributed, the masters.
Okay. Who helped you develop these programs?
We developed, our team developed these programs because we are working since the last 12 years with law enforcement and federal agencies. For example, we have an international group with a think tank in which they participate U.S. Marshal, Policia, National Police from Colombia, National Police from Spain, from Ecuador. We are working these last years closely with people in behavioral analysis in the National Crime Agency in the UK, South Africa, South Korea, Singapore, and we have take good know-how and knowledge in this area, and we develop all of these programs.
Dr. Matos, you have a question?
I just wanted to add a contingency that they need to resubmit their faculty listing that reflects credentials for faculty for each one of the courses that they offered. Not there. All of them.
Okay, so noted as a contingency. What's your library resources like?
LIRN, we use. LIRN.
Learn?
Learn.
At what level?
We have the basic package with some of other databases that fit with our curriculum.
Covers master's degrees.
So
It's like
Mr. Chair,
over $2,000.
Yeah,
but
I see it.
But the learn needs to be, the program actually, it involves research. So the learn package need to be reflective of that level of research.
Yeah, I'd go back to learn because since they're all master's degrees, as Dr. Monte stated, there's going to be a lot of research. And I know what I pay for learn. And this isn't much of learn. So you need to go back and to boost your library accessibility resources, and that's a contingency.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Question. Do you have any affiliation with another school that we had on the agenda this morning, American Business University?
No, we don't.
Okay, except Dr. Otero. Is that right? Okay, because your catalogs are very, very, very similar.
We actually have a
Template? Okay.
You have no relationship with Global University?
We don't.
Okay.
All right. So next year, when you revise your catalog, they'll be a lot more proficient in producing the catalog themselves, right? You're the starter. Get them going. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What did we do with Grace?
Recommending approval
Approval. Okay.
Yeah.
and for discussion.
And for discussion, yeah.
Okay, number 5, Grace Community Institute, Boca Raton.
You said that very well.
That's right, there's a different
I don't have it.
Good afternoon, Dr. Aaron Matthews, Administrator.
Welcome.
Brendan Kelly, Compliance Officer.
Welcome.
And Mark Murray, Legal Counsel for Grace Community Institute.
Okay. Chair will entertain a motion, or do you want discussion first?
Discussion first.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, Nancy, please.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I had several things that I wanted to get clarified. First off, your location, and in our materials, we did know that you have 2 other colleges licensed by us, 2 other schools. Agape University, did I say that right?
Yes, that's
Agape,
correct.
Agape University and Agape Career or Academy.
Academy of Sciences.
Academy of Sciences, okay. So we already knew that. The locations, because I looked up Agape, actually Agape Academy, because the university is not as, is it active now? Are you?
Yes, it's active now.
Okay, it's like you don't have a lot of information on the university, a lot of testers and that kind of thing yet. Is that?
The information which presented is incorrect. We have more test takers, and we're doing good. We're candidate for accreditation. We're waiting for site visit. We're doing good with the university.
Okay, with the university, all right. And I really didn't want to bring that up. I wanted to get clarification on the location and the proximity of Grace to the academy. How close are they to each other?
I believe it's about 7-8 miles.
Okay. And I was further confused when I looked up the academy, the address 1515 something. It's not 1515.
No, we moved.
You moved?
Yeah.
Okay, but the internet and all that still has you at your old address. So you moved from Boca to where?
Delray Beach, further
Delray
north.
Beach.
That's correct.
So any of the addresses that I see published, when did you move?
We moved last year. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we didn't update we update Google, we update Facebook. I think we didn't update the website. This is what I think.
Right, it was, well, I was on the website.
Yeah, I'm sorry about it.
Yeah.
We will do it.
Right, because that's that's where, that was the first place I went.
We actually hired somebody who's redoing the website for us now. There's been a little bit of delay, but we're going to get that taken care of.
Okay, and you know what was further confusing is that there's a 1515, whatever the street is, in Boca and Del Rey. I don't know if it's a big, long street and it
It's
hits
a very long street
Okay,
that runs all the way up and
all
down.
the way up and down, and
Yeah.
so you're going to have, so I suppose you should look out for that you'll get people going to the wrong spot. Anyway, getting back to Kristen, okay, that clears up the location issue I had. Now, what about equipment? How are you handling equipment?
Equipment's already been purchased. We have computer and technology resources. We have furniture, desks, things of that nature. We also have a high-fidelity mannequin using, along with other medical supplies. I think we have listed in our income statement about $200,000 worth of equipment.
Okay, are you going to be sharing, because even 7-8 miles isn't that far. I know it can be far with traffic and everything, but
Down there, it could be an hour
it
difference.
can be an hour, okay. Are you sharing equipment?
No, we're not sharing
So
equipment.
completely new set of everything,
Absolutely.
all right? And, yes, because I noticed that you did have a high, you had Mama Natalie, is that her name? Mama Natalie?
Yeah, we do have a Mama Natalie for B, but we have high fidelity for fundamental, for med-surg, for pediatric, we have high fidelity. I don't remember what the name of this mannequin, but I definitely can send you the description of it. It's a high fidelity
Okay.
nursing mannequin.
Okay. Now, I noticed that, well, first of all, you're asking for online, right? Online modality?
We ask for hybrid.
Hybrid.
Hybrid. Okay, explain how you're going to manage your hybrid.
Well, we ask for hybrid general education in some like legal aspects, some slight nursing classes, which doesn't need to have a direct instruction. But we saw the staff recommendation that they want us to do the only general education classes online. We do the asynchronous general
What?
education
I'm
classes.
sorry.
So just the general education programs are going to
Only-
be the online, based on the recommendation, and so we're going to be doing the rest of the nursing-specific programs in person.
All right.
They did the basic one, too.
I saw, because we had two different, I'm looking at two different submissions for your school, and in the, in the new summary sheet, the description online in the revised summary sheet seems to conflict with the program outline that we have in another part of the application. Now, if I can go and pull up your summary sheet and hopefully the summary sheet was more of a, I might need to come back to this, but I noticed a conflict on the program, on the program outlines. It was very specific, where there was a paragraph that led with, alert, only the general education courses are going to be taught 100% online. You made that very clear. But in a description, and Mr. Chair, we may have to come back to me on that once I find the actual document and the verbiage, was way more general and described the fact that these are hybrid courses and that clinical and labs will be done at the hospital or at the school, and everything else is online. That's what I got out of that. So I felt like that was a difference, a different description, and it was a conflict. Do you know what I'm referencing?
Yeah, I know. This is in catalog. This is what we requested. This is what we are planning to do. And the staff recommendation was just have a general education.
Right. But you see what I'm saying? If I'm reading one thing and then I'm reading something different, there's something needs to change. And maybe it was the catalog. I did also, so Mr. Chair, I need to come back on that one, but I wanted to ask about your affiliations, your clinicals. You can't find anything closer?
Well, we have 7 locations. 5 of them are within 50 miles. One is 81 miles away, and one's 128 miles away. But the vast majority, 5 of ours, are all within 50 miles.
And actually, for each subject, we have 2 places. What we learned in the past, like past 2 years, some facilities said, right now we're not accepting for now. So we always have, for instance, one affiliation, like 129 miles, we have another one within 50 miles. For MedSearch, we have another one within 50 miles. We see how many we need and which facility able to accept. So that's why even though we have 2 far away, but we have something to substitute closer. It's just the facility we have far away, it's the best one. They can offer more for the student. But for contract which far away, we have exactly same subject which is within 50 miles. We just wanted to have 2 just in case one is not accepting temporary. We always have the second one where the student can be sent.
So the ones that are far away, what kind of transportation accommodations are you going to provide?
We aren't making any assistance right now, but
the student going there, and the student will stay there, right? For the 129, students stay there overnight.
I read that.
We really wanted them to be night before because the shift starts at 5:45 a.m. We don't want them drive at night. So that's why.
So who's covering the cost?
The student covered the cost, and this is information we explained them at the beginning, before admission, that we have a 2 affiliation agreement. With 1 affiliation, they have to stay overnight, and it's they have to know this is part of their extra expenses.
And so they're covering the transportation and the hotel?
Yeah.
The student?
Student.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to be able to come back when I'm looking for a document. I'm sorry I don't have it.
Okay.
Somebody else can ask all their questions. I'll come back.
Good.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you
You
doing?
guys have lunch already?
Yes.
Good. All right, here we go. So tell me a little bit about your simulators, your nursing lab.
Okay. Nursing simulator lab, they offer the high fidelity we have a high fidelity mannequin.
For which competency do you have those mannequins?
I don't remember the name of the mannequin which we have, but they give you
Which areas within the nursing program you have simulators?
all of them. We have a med-surg, we have a fundamental, we have a pediatric. We can students do the patient assessment. They do the lung sound. They do the EKG. They give the life scenario where the student what the student activity during code blue. This gave you all the nursing scenario.
How many square feet, how many square feet have you identified to build this lab?
For now, it's not big. It just have because we're not expecting We're not expecting to have a lot of students right away. It's not big, I can tell you the square footage, but as soon as we have a student, definitely we will dedicate more space.
So have you bought all of the simulators already?
Yes, ma'am.
And so how many square feet do you have to put of these simulators?
I don't know details how many square feet is
How many beds you have in your space right now?
I have one pediatric and one adult.
Okay,
And one newborn.
So you have one peds,
one adult, and one newborn.
Okay, so how many beds do you have in your lab right now?
Two beds, and one extra one for the newborn. It's not a bed, but we have 2 beds.
Okay, but you just told me that you had a simulator for each one of your nursing competencies. Do you?
Yes, ma'am. The adult one covered fundamental of nursing, medical surgical, and medical surgical adult health assessment. And the pediatric is a small one. It covered pediatric.
How much money did you spend on scenarios?
Total more than 200, I believe.
Okay.
It's in our finance.
Yeah. So can I ask as a contingency that I want to detail or that the commission receives? The information is not making any sense to me. So can we get kind of like a layout of the lab as well as a breakdown of the equipment that they have, specifically the simulators? And I have the information here. It's just not jiving. Okay?
We can add that as a contingency.
Yeah.
Did you find it?
I found what I was looking for.
Okay, go ahead.
I have another question, sorry.
Okay, finish.
Okay. So in your admissions requirements, you are requesting the students, let's see here. I just want to make sure that I understand this. One of the requirements for admission or to be considered for admission is that they need to acknowledge of the Christian identity of the institute. So do they have to be affiliated with a church or a certain faith to come to your school?
No.
But then why do you have this as part of your admissions requirement?
They need to. We wanted them. We introduced them. This is one of the subjects they will study. We don't convert anybody, but if they're practicing like Muslim, but they should be aware before they get enrolled that they have to take the Christian class. It's not as a part of the doing something. We just want to make sure they are knowledge about it.
Oh, so do they sign an acknowledgement agreeing that they're going to take like faith-based courses? Is that what it is?
Not that the knowledge, we just during the interview, we make sure that we give them information in front. We don't want that if they we just had it in our other school that the student who practicing the Muslim, they have to take the Christian class, and they knew about it from the beginning, and they have nothing to do with it, and they actually love it.
Okay, but if I can just suggest, if part of your admissions interview is just to let them know the mission, the vision, and the academic focus of your program, and within that, you explain to them, which is part of the admissions process, that you explain to them how the curriculum is going to be imparted. I'm not sure why do you need to add acknowledgement of the Christian identity of the institute and program as part of your admissions requirement. You're making it an admissions requirement.
Okay,
so my suggestion is that it's deleted.
Thank you. We will do it.
So that will be deleted, and that can be noted as well. Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Bradley?
Okay, yes. I need for you to explain this. It is in the second submission that we had, and it is on the section there where the, what's it called? It's the Associate of Science in Nursing, and it's information for the overall delivery of the programs. So again, it's a narrative description as it relates to the online delivery. So we're right off the bat, we're talking about an online program. And then, so it goes through, the entrance requirements and all that kind of thing, the TB tests and the hepatitis and all that. And then, okay, down onto item H, in the middle of the paragraph, it says, students enrolled in the online nursing courses must be able to attend clinical experiences in the school-affiliated clinical facilities and come to campus for exams and lab activities. So what does that mean? It's in the internships, externships, labs heading. But what does that mean? Because we're...
Student enroll in the online nursing courses. Yeah, it's mean hybrid courses, must be able to attend clinical. They have to attend clinical at the facilities.
Right. But what I'm not clear on, what's not clear to me, is the fact that the sentence starts off in students enrolled in online nursing courses.
Hybrid nursing program.
I get what hybrid is,
Yeah,
but
hybrid nursing program that clinical only at affiliated facilities, and the lab inside of the nursing lab at the school.
what about the didactic?
Didactic at the school.
Okay, but that's not really what this says. Because when we're talking about a program that has gen eds only online, you can say it's hybrid, but really, once you get into the core, it's not hybrid. Just because you go to a clinical site or a hospital or something, that doesn't make it a hybrid course.
Absolutely.
We can clarify it
Yeah,
so that it's more
because
clear.
this is definitely not clear.
I gotcha. I think we need to correct the language, but the
Yeah.
program is going to be where it's just the gen ed, and this language is not clear. We'll change it to make sure it's clear that the gen eds will be the online, but the in-person will be for all the nursing specific, didactic, all of that.
Mr. Chair, can I add one more thing?
One more.
Okay, so I've been in higher education for a little while, and you're listing here faculty that seems to be qualified to teach every single one nursing course competency. How did you qualify them to teach all of these courses? What's your method?
Majority of the faculty, they already had experience to teach, and we ask them which subject they're comfortable to teach, and they present in their resume they used to teach. They used to teach in the different schools the subject. So, and based on their license, based on their resume, and since majority of them they're teaching for a while, and I know which subject they're able to teach pretty well.
So you're having one faculty member can actually teach all of these courses for real?
Not really. It depends which is the availability and what is our demand.
I agree with you. That's why I'm going to ask you to resubmit your faculty credentials as well. So faculty, all the faculty listing, your nursing faculty, and you have been here for a while. You know that nursing, especially nursing programs, it is really based on the experience and their extra certifications that they receive. And very, very seldom you're going to have nursing faculty that is qualified to teach every single one of the nursing competencies. And if you tell me that that's not true, I'm going to publicly say I beg to disagree with you. So I am going to request a resubmission of faculty credentials, with faculty that is properly qualified to teach, especially the nursing core courses,
So
and
noted.
as well as the general education courses. Because there's only one, two, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4 faculty, and no, I'm sorry.
Your contingencies are noted. Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah, you have the two other schools, Agape University, Agape Academy, and now you want to open Grace. That gives you 3 NCLEX numbers. Do you not have a program on probation right now with Agape Academy?
Yes.
Okay, I guess my question is, and you sharing faculty, why in the world do you think the commission ought to allow you to do the practical nursing, or the nursing AS, in a new school when you're on probation in one of your other schools because you can't get the you can't pass the NCLEX? And then I guess my other question is, and this is a perfect example of what came up yesterday, you graduated 149 students, I believe.
148.
140, excuse me, and you sent one to test. So where's the other 147?
In 2021, 148 graduated, 36 took the test.
Okay.
That's about 20%.
All right, where are the rest of them, even at 36? What happened to the rest of those graduates?
Those are the ones that went and actually took the test. We can't control necessarily whether or not when the student takes the test.
Or
Yes, you can.
the student doesn't feel they can pass it, or do you have any idea?
Well, I think if you look, that program is on probation. In 2020, the passage rate was 42%. In 2021, the passage rate was 47%, which was an increase. And then if you look at the last 2 quarters, in the end, quarter 4 of 2021, which was the first semester or first quarter we were on probation, it was an 83.3 percentage passage rate. And then this year, so far, we've had 100% passage rate. And so
And how many testers?
we had 6 in quarter 4, and then 3 so far this year.
And the 6 in the quarter 4 from 6-5 pass. Like as soon as the Board of Nursing placed on the probation, we already start implementing improvement plan. And what we implemented is working. We see in the last quarter, and this quarter 3 went, 3 pass, and we continue to do it. We're bringing the student back. We offer them the free review. We continue to improve our passing rate, and hopefully we will be done this year. We will reach our benchmark.
Okay, I just bringing that up for the commission's attention. You've got 3 NCLEX numbers. You have faculty that really are doing several different of your schools. You've got your own probation, and yet you're wanting a new school here with a program that is on probation. Simply.
We have a different curriculum. We are using the curriculum from that's similar to the university, which has had 100% passage rate. It isn't on probation, so we have a new curriculum that we're using for Grace that's not the same on the one that was on probation.
Okay.
And then the rest of the programs are fine. They aren't on probation. We have great passing rates for them.
Well,
For BSN, for PN, we have 100% passing rate. Only one program was little bit not what we wanted. Unfortunately, it happened, but we're working on it. It was not like we're doing so bad, but we're improving it. The last quarter was 83, and this quarter so far is 100. We're working on it, and hopefully this year we will go above the passing rate. And Agape University, this is the wrong number. We have not 1 test takers. We have 3 test takers, and 3 went, 3 pass. The information which is listed, unfortunately, we have to, for each student, like for BSN student, we prove that we have a BSN graduate who passed since the first try. It's like working process with the Board of Nursing, and eventually they bring the numbers because when they register, they get confused, but when we know who passed, and we contact with the Board of Nursing, and it's not what you see, it's not the correct numbers, and we can send you the proof like we did for BSN. Like Sherry Miller called me like recently, and I approve it right away.
It's okay.
Well, and you're right. I mean, the Agape University, you actually, 2021, you had 100% on the NCLEX.
But you see, there are only
One.
No.
One tester.
No, Mr.
Yeah, I mean,
Ferguson.
I'm looking at the Board of Nursing data. So if it's wrong, then
Yeah, it's
you'll
wrong.
have to take that up with them. But you're 100% at Agape University, one tester, and they passed. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, we do not have a motion on the floor. Anybody want to give a motion? We have quite a few contingencies.
I would support the staff recommendation.
To approve it?
No, wasn't it?
No, it was originally deny, then it got changed to approved.
Okay, I thought that it was,
The second,
yeah.
the second one was approved. Mr. Chair, I feel like we still need clarification on a number of items. Especially when we're talking about 3 locations so close together geographically. How specifically are we working with faculty? How specifically are we working with equipment? And as well as exactly how the classes are laid out, curriculum, we've been through this before with other schools, new curriculum, old curriculum. What's the side-by-side? What has changed to make this a better way to go?
And on-sites.
And an on-site. I would feel comfortable if we brought them back, if they would
You wanna
be
do a
agreeable
90-day?
to the 90-day and do a delay and let them get all these things clear, all these things answered. And then we'll know, we'll be able to make a decision.
Mr. Murray, I know you understand that they have a right to a decision on their application today. Is your client interested in waiving the 90 days?
Hang on one second.
No problem.
That's what they're talking about. Additional investigation. They want to see a side-by-side of your. Still want approbation. Just post to the other school. Check it out.
Are they going to resubmit the clinical agreements? Do we put that as a contingency? And they're good? Verified?
Jason, are you being slow over there, or are you being?
So I think what I.
Well, you can only be
No,
one.
not be. So this is this will be basically passing this for another
Okay,
90 days.
Let Jimmy be slow.
Let's concentrate on the lab and the simulation.
No, they won't. Okay, so I think what we do then is leave everything in place as it currently is. We pick it up, we let you guys do the site visit, we provide you with the side-by-side comparison of the curriculums and the other items that you need, and then we drop it back down in 90 days. I think as long as everything stays status quo, we're good with that.
It'll be a next agenda, is what we'll do.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Hussein.
Thank you.
Hussein College celebration.
Hi, Dr. Jeremiah Stropoli, President of Husson College.
Ashley Tilton, Anesthesiologist Assistant Program Director.
David Moore, Orlando Health Sciences University.
Chris Giorgetti, Santorum Giorgetti.
Welcome.
This could explain a lot. Anesthesiology.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, what is your name, sir? What is your name?
David Moore,
And who do you represent?
Orlando Health Sciences University, which is the landlord.
Gotcha, okay. Sorry, you said it too fast.
First of all, I have a problem with just the name of the program. Is this a master's level nurse anesthetist?
So it's a Master of Science in Anesthesiology. So it prepares students to become anesthesiologist assistants.
Okay. I'm still not good with just
So,
the name. I'm still not good with just the name of the program. I don't think it describes it.
Sure, so just to give you an idea, can I lower this a little? Is that, okay, thank you. Just to give you an idea, so there are multiple other anesthesiologist assistant programs around the United States, and most of them offer Master of Science in Anesthesia or Master of Science in Anesthesiology, and those are typically the degrees that are awarded for that. So the name of the program is the Master of Science in Anesthesiology, which is the study of anesthesia. We thought that that was most appropriate, looking at historically what other programs are offering the degrees for.
is there any possibility that the program can be changed to anesthesiologist assistant program? The title of the program can be that?
Well, so it's an anesthesiologist assistant program, but the degree it awards is a Master of Science in Anesthesiology.
Dr. Matos,
Yes,
if I
sir.
can.
Thank
How
you.
are you?
I'm well.
When Orlando Health Science University, which submitted the partnership agreement with Hushin, whenever they submitted their application, it was submitted as a Master of Science in Anesthesiology assistant, and it was approved back in the November meeting.
So I am going to apologize for not having perhaps do my correct due diligence in comparative analysis for curriculars. So in comparison to other programs, what is the general program title for this profession?
Sure, so that would be Master of Science in Anesthesia or Master of Science in Anesthesiology.
Okay, so if it's comparatively speaking, then it's okay. Again, I am going to apologize. I did not go through that comparative analysis, to be quite honest.
I'm okay with the young lady's explanation. I'm still not comfortable with it, but that doesn't matter right now.
So may I ask a couple of questions, sir?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So academics to academics here. I'm looking at your geeky academics myself. I'm looking here at your textbooks. So which is your Bible, the Bible of all of these textbooks?
Sure, so Barish and Miller would be the two that would be the most, I guess, Bible in your terms.
Okay, which one, the Morgan?
So Morgan and McHale, let me take a peek here at the.
Okay.
Sure. Let's see here. This book list.
So there are 3 courses for practice, correct?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, there's 1, 2, 3, there's 7 clinical courses in this program?
Here we go, here are the textbooks. So Miller's Anesthesia, and that is by Ronald Miller.
Gotcha.
Yep, that's the main one, as well as Morgan and McHale Clinical Anesthesia.
Got it. Okay, now it makes sense to me. Okay,
Yes.
now I gotcha. Okay, now I can follow you. So, in your curriculum per se, are there like 2 rounds of practice then?
I'm sorry, can you elaborate on the question?
Are there 2 rounds of clinical rotations?
So basically, students will start clinical rotations in the second quarter, and that will be 150 hours. And then it goes to, in their second year, they actually go full-time into the clinical OR setting, and they'll be there full-time, so that's then 500 hours per quarter. So it increases in hours, and that's consistent with other anesthesiologists.
And
other programs.
is the graduation requirement actually sitting for the exam, or is it just the completion of the review course?
So it's not sitting for the exam. That would be a requirement to be a certified anesthesiologist assistant.
So you just provided them review as part of the curriculum?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Okay. So that is not, in other words, that is not a requirement to graduate?
No, ma'am, it is not.
Got it.
I take it that you're going to be seeking programmatic accreditation someday in the near future, right?
Say that again, I'm
I
sorry.
said, I'm sure that you're going to be seeking programmatic accreditation
Oh, yes, ma'am,
sometime
of
in the very
course.
near future.
Of course, sure. We are in the process. Or we haven't, but
That
that's the
concludes.
plan. We're looking at it. That's part of our plan, yes.
I'm good now, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion?
Is there a KHEP? There's not a KHEP requirement here on that?
Is there a KHEP requirement?
I'm so sorry.
Say that again? A KHEP for the programmatic accreditation?
Yes.
So it's a requirement that the programmatic accreditation, that we have that prior to students graduating from the program to be able to sit for that NCCAA exam. So it has to be programmatically accredited before the students would graduate.
You have to be institutionally accredited first?
Well, of course.
So you're talking years down the line.
Well, not, I'm sorry?
So
Maybe that's
the two paths that are available is anyone that sits in an ARC accredited program, even one day, will be reversement, that even they matriculate out, that they are a KF accredited. We'll seek institutional accreditation first while we're simultaneously running through the ARC AA accreditation process programmatically.
Yeah, you
So
can do that.
once ACCSC approves the program, we've already been in discussions with ARC AAs now. We'll start working through those PAC meetings and that type of accreditation as well. But we have I figure this would be probably almost 3 years before accreditation needs to be there for those students that first start to graduate.
So you would be submitting the letters of intent?
Yes.
Probably within the year?
Correct.
Right.
Mr. Chair, can I jump in?
Yes.
Now I remembered my question. So I am a little bit familiar with the system, the Hushin system, because I've been to Daymar.
Oh.
Yes, okay,
my-
for ACCSC a couple years ago. So anyway, so I know that there's a number of institutions within the system.
Correct.
So are you the only one offering this program?
You mean?
Within your Hushin?
Yes, it'll
Daymar,
it'll
Hushin,
just
whatever.
solely be
Okay.
for the Florida location.
All right, and so what is your status with ACCSC with this location?
We have submitted our branch one application, and so that's the staff level approval. So we should have our application, I think, probably 45 days from submission. So I would assume around May.
Okay, and then you'll do branch
Branch
2?
2 to the commission in June.
With
That
the
should get
visit.
us, that should get us to probably the September commission meeting, and then that should be able to get our approval by the 28th or October 1st, around that range.
Okay, so this is the only program you're offering at this location?
Correct.
Okay, so it should be pretty straightforward.
We talked to Alana already, and we've already been in major discussions with her about the whole thing. So it's coming off of our main, which has been accredited for 5 years. We had one outcome reporting that we just got lifted in February. So we should.
Was it outcomes reporting?
It was one little outcome on our program that we don't have anymore. It was one of our
Oh.
coding programs. So
Okay.
we were able to take care of all that. We got that notification on February 22nd.
Okay, very good. That was just clarification for me.
Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, the only other piece I'm a little unclear on is just the student outcome is nurse anesthetist or assistant?
No, so it would be an anesthesiologist assistant.
Assistant.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's still, a master's degree in anesthesiology for an assistant. It seems that it's
It's a newer program, so there's
Yeah.
17 across the United States at this point, so it is a
Uh-huh.
newer program. But if you do look up the other programs that are available there's Emory, Case Western, Nova Southeastern University, and all of those typically award a Master of Science in either anesthesia or anesthesiology.
It doesn't run the nurse course, so
Sure.
it doesn't run to a nurse esthetician. It's a completely separate.
Yeah.
It's just kind of, it's a pre-medical background going into that as opposed to a nursing background.
Okay.
See, they
And-
had a change where it used to be you could become a nurse anesthetist with a master's degree. And they changed that over the past year and a half, where now the requirement is you have to have a doctorate in nurse anesthetist to be a nurse anesthetist, but this is a different program than the nursing track.
Correct, yes, sir. It's a different program. It's an anesthesiologist assistant track.
Which you practice.
Correct, I've been practicing as an anesthesiologist assistant here in Orlando, actually, for the last 10 years.
Okay. It just seems to me that the title should have assistant in it.
So the only issue with
That's what I
that
started
is
off
that
with.
I know, yeah, and that's
we
kinda
don't want to,
was looping
sorry.
back around. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, it's just looping back around to your original concern on that. It just seems like it should be anesthesiology assistant.
Well, it
But-
should, the name of the program should identify with what type of job you'll get.
Right.
Career you'll get.
Right, because it just seems a little misleading to
In the
me.
catalog, they say it, not in the title of,
But not in the title, and I think it just, the students might be,
should be in the title.
But if across, if comparatively speaking, similar institutions that have the same program, have the same title, then curricularly speaking, it is similar to what other institutions are offering. And then it really shouldn't be misleading because a student that is looking for that program is actually going to be looking for that title of a program.
There's 3 current programs in Florida that have that exact same name. So if you go to the site that walks through it, that's the site that they're looking for.
South University is one you could look up.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
There are 3 actual programs in the state now that have that exact title. So, we're following what the pathway is to.
Yeah, when your time comes to go for programmatic accreditation, they're going to ask you for that comparative analysis, so it is. It is what it is.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Bradley,
I'll second that.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you to Mr. Bowman for working on the application and pushing us to get it all in. Thank you.
I don't know about the title discussion work.
Justy is next.
Number 7, Justy College, Fort Pierce.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Had to be.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Evanson Justy. I'm the president of Justy College.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Gluck, campus president. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Michelle Edwards, director. Julie Diane, administrative assistant.
Good afternoon. Kenneth Lay, Director of Nursing.
Jacob Sicati, CPA.
And Mark Murray, legal counsel for Justy College.
Welcome. Discussion?
Just one. So there are 10 listed contingencies on this applicant. May I ask staff if any of the contingencies have already been addressed? Because it's a lot.
Yes.
And I would be concerned if we would be approving an institution with 10, right off the bat, I would prefer if they would work with staff and then perhaps they can come back later. Just because of the nature of all the contingencies, Mr. Chair. Hence my question if they have already addressed some of them. And that's the only comment.
Were you affiliated with any other school?
No.
And you're starting off with $7,000 to start a nursing school?
7,000?
That's what the balance sheet says on October 31st, 2021.
No. That's not the right number.
I know I'm from Brooklyn, but it says $6,780. What financial statement are you looking at?
As of March 10th, 2022.
Yeah,
Is that 82,000?
hold on a second. Of the summary?
Yep.
Okay.
82,000 on the summary sheet?
Page 72 of the summary sheet.
Oh.
I believe there's been 3 different financial statements submitted. One has outdated the March 10th, 22 statement, outdated the October. In October, they hadn't been approved yet, and so he was in the process of paying rent and doing leasehold improvements and capitalizing and getting the equipment for the school.
Does yours say 82,000?
Yeah, cash and equivalents as March 10th, 2022,
Okay.
82,906.
Okay, so we're on the same one.
Yeah.
What type of equipment do you already have?
Well, we've purchased 2 beds in our lab, which is one is going to be set up more of a med surge. Another one is going to be set up similar to an ICU or an ER. We've purchased LifePak 12s. We've purchased anti-resuscitation dolls, along with simulators, the circuit board to be able to control the simulator dummy, and the program equipment. This equipment that we've purchased does a lot of different things, part of which is it's CPR compatible. It will speak to you, it will blink, it will urinate. You can practice different techniques, Foley's. We have a child and pediatrics. Currently, we have the ability to simulate EKGs, 3-lead and 12-lead. You can do medication administration. You can also palpate different anatomical structures on our equipment. So not only are you looking for landmarks, you can actually feel them. This is the latest and the greatest, and we're very excited to be able
Did
to.
you buy this new or used?
Brand new, sir.
All for $54,000.
I do my best to make it go as far as it can.
What's a
Let me go back one.
Which company do you buy them from?
So let me go back and say we did buy 1 bed used. So I did forget that. So I bought 1 bed used. The rest was from Pocket Nurse.
Get it for a contingency, like to add, I want the invoice of all equipment that has been purchased.
Okay.
Determine if it meets the total needs of the program.
Absolutely. We'll provide that.
Okay. But going back to Dr. Matos' original question, has any of those contingencies been addressed yet? No?
So I can speak to that. The contingencies are being, so they're compiling all the data, and the idea was that we would just provide that in one document that would have everything tabbed to make it easier for staff.
May I raise my comment one more time then?
Yes.
If they are working, I love the fact that you're very passionate. Each one of you applicants, when you come to the podium, you are passionate, and I know that you really want to make it work. But we're talking about nursing programs, And you know, it's been the discussion over and over and over again. And when we take a look at the list of contingencies that there are, it's not that we're not saying that you're going to be able to do it, but I think it is safer if you submit it and then you come back, we take a look at it, and then we can have a very educated vote of your institution. Personally, I am a little bit uncomfortable right now not having the opportunity to take a look at all of the information that right now is listed as a contingency. Not saying that you're not prepared, it's just that I'm not comfortable right now.
I have a couple of things, if I may. Okay. Are you planning to enroll students from out of state?
No,
You doing any kind of distance ed?
no.
No, it's all
Every
100%
100% in class,
in class, and you're in
on
Fort
campus,
Pierce.
in Fort Pierce.
So you're not close to a border
No,
with another state?
no.
Okay. All right, just checking on that. All right. I would ask that you look at your refund policy, and you're going to need to revise it to match up. Right now, you have it based on a full program basis, and as it reads, it's 40 or 50% of the program, and the program is long, so you're better off to break it up in, like semesters like we've been talking about. So I'd like to make that a contingency. And do you have any experience in the school business?
I haven't run a school before, but I have a good team with me that have experience running a school.
You have run a school?
No, I have a good team with me, my team.
Oh, your team?
My team,
They all have experience?
yes.
Okay. One thing in your business plan I found confusing, there was reference to opening a school in Tampa. Were you ever looking at Tampa?
No,
So I don't know who prepared the business plan, but the word Tampa is in there. Somebody, maybe you were looking at somebody else's and typed over what they had or didn't change it. I don't know. Can anybody
Probably-
speak to that?
when we're thinking about, when we're looking for accreditations, that's gonna be one of our main goal, when we get approved and to get accredited in the next years coming up. But we never had any plan right now. Our main focus is in Fort Pierce right now.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, I found that very confusing. So
Probably,
Tampa is irrelevant.
yes, it's irrelevant, so maybe a
Okay.
typo error, but it's,
Okay, well, it's in the business plan on page 24, just for the staff or commissioners.
Mr. Chair,
I
can
kind
I,
of,
can I?
hold on a
Oops,
second,
sorry.
Dr. Matos.
Yeah, sure.
I kind of sense if we bring this to a motion, that a denial might be coming. Do you want to offer them the 90 days to, hold on a second, Dr.
But
Matos.
before that, can I just make sure that because to piggyback on that, and obviously the concern, is there a way that in the program outline, they also, if they are resubmitting any paperwork, that they redo the program outline so that the area of hours, specifically in clinical hours, is reflected, please? Sir, thank you very much.
So noted, thank you.
Sir, you have a right to a decision on your application today as it appears in front of the commission. You also have a right to waive that decision and come back in 90 days. I advise you to consult with your lawyer and decide whether or not you would like a decision today or if you would be willing to waive the 90 days.
Okay, it would be July.
Agreed, we're going to wait.
Thank you.
It's July.
July?
July.
So can I offer free advice to the institutions since they're resubmitting something?
What's that?
Can I offer free advice to this institution?
No.
No, okay.
So in the meantime, make sure you work on, you don't want to see contingencies.
Yep.
Okay? Thank you.
All right, sure. Thanks.
Med World University we're doing, correct?
It's pulled.
It's pulled.
Okay, we removed it. Number 9, Nursing Network Christian School, Lauderhill.
Hello. Hi, I'm Dr. Latrina Bates. I'm with Nursing Network Christian School from Lauderhill. I'm the Director of Education.
And I'm Siobhan Jones, outside legal counsel.
Welcome.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron.
I am going to second that.
We have a second by Dr. Matos. We're in discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll start.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon.
So, what business do you have going on in Louisiana?
We have a school in New Orleans, Louisiana. It was started in 1994 by my mother. It's Allied Health. The name of it is Nursing Assistant Network Association, and we have about 6 different programs. CNA, phlebotomy, EKG, dialysis, and medical assisting.
Okay, and were the financial information from that school presented here in your package? Were you including that in your financial statements?
Yes, because Nursing Assistant Network Association is actually doing business as Nursing Network Christian School in Florida. So it's the same financials.
Okay, so that takes care of that. Question I asked another school a little while ago. What about your affiliations? Everything's far away. Do you have anything closer?
Okay, so initially, it wasn't the plan to have the affiliations in Louisiana. However, we were able to do it because we have the reputation there, and we've been there for a while. When we started, it was in the middle of COVID, and it was really hard to get affiliations here in Florida. However, now we have all of the areas covered in Florida. We have HCA affiliation agreement with that hospital, that organization, Sacred Heart, Life Care. So all of the areas are covered here in Florida now.
Okay, so as a contingency, I'd like for the school to update their affiliation agreements and the spreadsheet where where everything's laid out. Also, you need to rethink your refund policy in that right now you have it based on the full program, and when you have semester-based or quarter-based programs, it's typical to base them on that. Because you're charging, I'm assuming that you're charging students by the semester.
Semester.
Yeah. And that's also a contingency.
I have questions, Mr. Chair.
So
And
noted.
that's all I had.
Okay, so noted. Dr. Matos?
Thank you, sir. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, couple of questions. Actually, I want to discuss it more than anything else. So you're going to walk me here through this, if you don't mind. So your program seems to be a core course program, correct?
Yes, all general education courses are done with regional or national accredited institutions. We do not offer general education courses.
And refresh my memory. So what is the minimum grade that is required in order to transfer those credits into your program?
77. It's in the catalog.
So thank you. It's part of the test, you know that, right? So it's 77, right?
for each one of these courses. Now, I'm looking at your program outline. So you are not requiring, even though they have only completed, watch carefully what I'm asking now, even though they have already completed the gen ed, are you requiring an entrance exam into the nursing program?
Well, I mean, I thought we were.
You have a test?
We do have a test.
What standardized test are you using? Because it's not listed in your program outline.
Right now, we're using the TABE test.
What?
Right now, we're using the TABE test. I mean, would you recommend that we change
So
that?
you're using TABE. Okay. So TABE. And what is the score that you are requiring for TABE?
12th grade.
I'm sorry?
12th grade.
12th grade TABE? Okay. But how are you assessing after they have completed all of the general education courses and they are ready to go straight on deep into it, nursing? How are you going to assess their readiness to get at that level? Because you do not have any control whatsoever of their study skills prior to coming to your institution.
Well, the idea is to partner with ATI. ATI is a testing source for nursing curriculum. They offer, in addition to a comprehensive test for the end of course, they offer individual comprehensive tests per each course or each module.
Are you going to wait, and I'm very familiar with it, are you going to wait then until they come into the school, they finish the first course to see how ready they are?
No. Actually, so the idea is the student is going to come in with their core curriculum. They're going to be tested with TABE, okay? So that is an admissions criteria. In addition to, they'll be tested with ATI.
TABE only measures English and math. That's it.
Okay.
So how are you know after they have completed, how do you know that they are ready to come into nursing? That's my question.
So I guess the error is that it's not written that we're going to use ATI. We only put that we were going to use ATI for the end of testing for the comprehensive.
And of course evaluation. So again, so you are going to wait until they take the first nursing core course, and then they take the end, I call them EOCs, the end of core assessments, and then after that you're going to see how good they're doing.
No, that's what I'm saying. It is our error where we didn't put that ATI would be used in addition to the TABE.
So you are implementing an entrance
ATI.
exam. Okay, so and then you have to resubmit all of this paperwork. And why is it that you do not have any course numbering for the general education courses? Is there a reason why you have that blank?
Okay, so I'm sorry, Dr. May I have your name again?
It's okay. Why don't you answer my question, please?
Okay, so I would like to go back.
It's very difficult to pronounce my name sometimes.
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry. Okay, so I made an error on page 8. And you have to excuse me, I'm extremely nervous.
It's okay. I'm trying to guide you through this so that you
Okay.
can understand our points of view sometimes, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Just
So
just
in
run
my
with me.
error, on page 8, it says that the admissions criteria is that the student is 18 years old and that they have
I got all of
Okay.
that. I want you to
So
go into
in
your
my
program
error-
outline. It's just about transfer.
Yes,
So
but
you
I
say-
I
you
need to
say-
make a correction,
Yeah.
if that's okay with you.
Yeah, because
So
Yeah.
We
You
will,
need to- you
we
need to-
do
You
have.
need to give numbers to all
Okay.
of your courses.
Oh.
You cannot leave it up to the day that you transfer to give your courses. That is incorrect.
Yes,
Which
ma'am.
goes back to my point that you do not know any study skills, the students are coming in. There's nothing wrong with that, but if you're going to have that coming from outside, coming here, you need to have a way to gauge that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
But
I
I
want to
made
go,
it,
I want to go through your program outline now.
Yes,
So that you
ma'am.
understand a concern here. So you have in your program outline 3 religion courses, and then these 3 religion courses are pass-fail.
Yes,
So does
ma'am.
that mean that, is it part of the curriculum or is not part of the curriculum?
It is not part of a scoring wherein the student receives the scores. So it is a part of the curriculum, it's part of general education courses. But the grades are pass or fail. Most religion classes are pass or fail. They're not weighed with
Not really,
numbers.
because I went to a Christian college, and believe me, I had to go to chapel 4 semesters, to
Yes,
get an
ma'am.
A grade. So no, but I understand you. Okay, so you don't have in your catalog, how that pass-fail affects the measurement of satisfactory academic progress, which is going to be a contingency, by the way.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
can I go into your curriculum one more time?
Yes,
So-
ma'am.
So this is an associate degree level program, and you're having, follow me, so your community nursing is only focused on children?
No, ma'am.
Am I to assume that this community-focused care is community nursing, and it's only focused on children?
No, ma'am. There's also community focus on gerontology for 38A 1000.
Oh, so you're breaking little hours in community by little competencies?
Yes, ma'am.
Whoa, okay, complicated. Okay, got it. And then this intravenous therapy, what is the intent of that course?
Yes, ma'am. That is to ensure that the students, although in clinical practicum, of course, they'll come in contact with maintaining IV therapy. However, this is to ensure that the student receives the didactic as well as the hands-on from the beginning to the end, with simulation as well as in clinical practicum.
Okay, so this is going to be taken then at the beginning of when they come in, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, it's funny because one of the contingencies is actually the resubmission of a program outline that shows a proper sequence, of all the courses and how the program is going to be. And quite honestly, Mr. Chair, that's kind of like the, how can I say, the bread and butter of this school. I would love to see it prior to say yay or nay.
Well,
Also, is it possible for me to make a correction? I wanted to tell you that I made a mistake earlier. That's why I pulled out the catalog.
It's okay.
On
I got
page-
you, though. I gotcha. I
Yes,
understand
ma'am.
where you're coming from.
Okay.
You're good.
Is this mapping, this sequencing, is that the same? I'm not a nurse, so I'm just trying to figure out what.
No, it's actually the sequence of courses. It's how you progress into the program so that you can better prepare the student as far as competency and then readiness to sit for the NCLEX exam and graduate.
Okay.
But thank you for the question. Anyway, so I just expressed my. It's up to you, sir.
Are you sharing equipment with another school?
I'm sorry, where's it coming from? The question. Hi. At this time, a part of our one-year goal was to obtain property solely for ourselves. But right now, we are housed within another building with another school, and we've leased that equipment as well as a part of the lease for the building. We've mapped out times wherein our students will only be in the lab and times where that school's students would only be in the lab. And this is a temporary situation, and this was basically based off of financial feasibility and budgeting. This is not something, this is within our 3-year plan to have our properties and as well as our own equipment and housing. The space is 13,000 square feet. The lab, I
Your
think
space or their space?
the lace, okay, I'm sorry, in total is 13,000 square feet. Our square footage, I don't want to give you the wrong answer. However, approximately our square footage is hitting 2780, if I'm not mistaken. We have our separate faculty area, our separate counseling area for our students. We have 3 classrooms, as well as a lab for our students as well. There's a combination lab, and then there's a separate lab just for our students.
Okay. Do you have another business?
This Nursing Assistant Network Association is the parent school in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Okay, and that's the financial you submitted.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I am going to share the same concern with the previous school. It would just be nice, especially talking about a nursing program and the facilities and the contingencies that are listed. I think it would be probably it would behoove us if we just wait for the information and we can review it so that we can make more of an educated decision and vote.
Okay, and as another contingency, we need to see the agreements that they have with the
Yes.
other school.
Right. And if you
Okay.
can, yeah.
Is the rental and also the equipment, borrowing the equipment.
And
Are you related to Ruby School at all?
Not biologically, no. She's just someone that I met at a conference here for APHES. Nursing Assistant Network Association is currently,
Okay.
actually, we're having our preliminary meeting visit this week, actually.
You want to waive the 90 days?
Ms. Jones? Your client has a right to a decision today on her application as is. She can also waive that right. It's called waiving the 90 days, and she can come back at a later date once maybe the concerns have been addressed. If you could discuss with your client whether she would like to waive her right today or not.
There's I got a Duke graduate here.
She'd like to waive.
Thank you.
Yeah, they got a doctorate.
Okay, thank you, ladies.
Oh, maybe that was Wake Forest.
Quest Nursing Education Center, Tampa.
Oh, Lordy, wait a minute. There it is. I'm there now. Carolina Nursing.
You're walking up with a big smile on your face.
Just nervous.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for the record.
Stacy Aletu, Administrator for Quest Nursing Education Center.
What was your title?
Administrator.
Administrator, okay.
Yes.
Is there an owner?
I'll take
I'm
a
sorry?
motion.
No, I'd rather discuss.
Discussion. Go ahead, Dr. Matos.
First of all, so this is a nursing, are you the director of nursing of the school?
Yes.
Oh, you are also the director of nursing? Okay,
Yes.
so tell us a little bit about the program and how you're going to be, your facilities, et cetera.
You mean about both programs, just
Yeah.
in general? Okay. We have the associate degree, professional nursing program, and then the bachelor's of science in nursing program.
You're going to be the director of both programs?
That is correct.
And you're also going to be the executive director and the director of admissions? What else are you going to do at the school?
There is another administrator, so I am entitled an administrator, but I'll be doing a lot more teaching, more of the academics.
More of the academics, okay. Tell us a little bit about your facility and then the equipment that you have acquired thus far.
Okay, we have the space, 2,500.
Is that press a little heavy on you? You want to put it on the floor? I think that's better. There you go.
So we have the nursing equipment for the nursing program. So we have 2 nursing gurneys, all the personal care equipment, all the advanced skills equipment, Foley catheters, GI tubes, IV pumps, CPR mannequin, ambu bags, AED trainers, all the equipment that you would need for a typical nursing program.
Now, have you taught nursing before?
Yes.
Okay. How many years of experience you have teaching nursing? Did you teach pre-licensure nursing programs?
Yes. So I've been a nurse for 16 years and teaching in some capacity, I would say 14 years, but in terms of pre-licensure programs, so that would be since 2017.
Have you
So
been
about 5
teaching?
years.
Have you been teaching collegiate level courses?
Yes, yes, I would say
College level
collegiate.
courses?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Have you been an instructor or have you been a clinical instructor?
I've been both a didactic and a clinical instructor. Yes.
Okay. And any high definition? I don't see it here. Any high def simulators you have bought?
That would probably be the only thing. I'm working on it. I've talked to Pocket Nurse. I have to establish an account with them, and then I'll be able to look at their options for a high fidelity simulator.
Okay. How many square feet you got?
Currently, it's 2,500.
So what's your first class going to look like? How many students you want to come in the first time?
Because we're starting from scratch, I'm assuming it's going to be small, so maybe 10 in each one.
Are you going to be the instructor of record?
Yes.
Who do you have teaching gen eds?
Well, there's actually 2 faculty that's listed, so that would be me, and then there's another faculty as well. And we're both qualified in all areas, both general education and all subject areas.
I'm going to add as a contingency that they need to resubmit faculty credentials that reflects proper credentials for general education courses, please. And also a resubmission of faculty credentials that identifies faculty by nursing core course.
Okay.
I'm going to stop there for a moment. I'm sure that my colleagues have other questions, okay?
Okay. I think we submitted that.
Yeah, but it's incomplete. You have to do it again. Not good. Okay?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I also would like to see you resubmit your description of your online program with the attendance part and your tech support, because it was very, very light.
Okay.
So it would help to have that be just a stronger description, so we're clear on what you're going to be doing, especially attendance. It'll save you a lot of headaches if you're really clear about the attendance policy and the online modality, not only for the students, but for the faculty too.
Okay.
And it should be the same across the board for all your courses. So there's no academic freedom, right, a faculty member to faculty member, that it's all the same across all of your courses. And then that tech support, just, I think there was a sentence, something like students have a phone number to call for tech support. Just need a more robust description of the tech support too. If it's 24/7, if it's, what kind of tech support is available for, are you doing all the online courses are in-house, right? You don't have a.
Yes, that's in-house.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of tech support needed for students in the online modality. So making sure that you're clear about what you're going to be offering in terms of that support, and just providing us with that description would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Since we do not have a 2021 audit yet, We only have your 2020 financials. I would like to see all the paid bills for all your nursing equipment, please.
Yes, sure.
How many times a student can repeat a course at your school?
You said how many times can a student? Currently, there is no established limit
There
for,
isn't?
for that. Yeah.
Okay. So if I fail a course, so as long as by the time that I graduate, well, okay. I know that we said that we are not going to talk about the catalog, but they need to establish a sound, satisfactory academic progress policy and procedure. Okay. So they need to submit that as a contingency as well.
Why are you not offering those programs in California?
I'm actually in the application process in California as well for
How
a
did you
registered
end up
nursing
from
program.
California to Florida, just like the Pacific and the Atlantic, or what? Actually, the Gulf, I guess, is where you're.
Well, so in California, we have the LVN program, and some of our students were still waiting on our RN program that's in progress. And so some of them were considering some schools in Florida, and they wanted me to kind of look into it and see my opinion on them. So that's kind of how I found out about Florida. So I talked to the Board of Nursing. I had a really good experience with them, and they were very helpful. So we've always wanted to expand the school. Just wasn't sure when, where, how, but it just came across that way. So far, so good.
And you know, you say some sites exceeds 50 miles. One of them's 176 miles, so I think it exceeds it a little bit. One of your clinicals?
Yes, so that is one of the medical surgical nursing clinical facilities. So I already got another one that's closer. That's the one that's in Plant City, and I'm going to continue to find. So clinical is an ongoing process. So I'm definitely going to find clinical sites that are a lot closer.
How are you going to get the students to 176 miles? Have you got a plan for that?
We're going to work it out. We're going to work it out. We'll figure out how to get there. So we always work with all, even the students that we have in California, we always work with them. We're not just going to just.
Since we don't have a motion on the table, there are 7 contingencies. We've added about another 5 or 6 contingencies.
We're also going to add, we're going to check the clinical sites.
Right.
For
Clinical sites, so noted. I would like this to come back as a cleaner application. So my recommendation is you waive the 90 days. Is that okay
Agreed.
with y'all?
It's fine.
Go ahead.
So, ma'am, you have a right to a decision from the commission on your application as is today. As you can tell, they have some concerns. You also have a right to waive your right to a decision today and come back in 90 days or less and maybe address some of the issues and have them reconsider your application. But I cannot advise you which route to take, but I must know if you would like to waive your 90 days or if you would like a decision today.
Can I ask a question about the contingencies?
Sure.
So some of the contingencies were by the staff recommendation. A lot of them I can't submit unless I get an approval. Like, I don't want to come back in 90 days and then it would be the same thing.
I can't advise you, but it sounds like they would like to give you the opportunity to address some of the concerns they've voiced today, and then would be able to get a more whole picture of your application, and maybe it would address some of their concerns. And you would possibly get a better decision in 90 days.
Okay.
But I need to know if you want to waive your 90 days or if you want a decision today.
I'll waive the 90 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you please add as a contingency also for the school that they need to submit to us kind of a mock setup of their space, the 2,500 square feet, a classroom versus lab, please, and clinical, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
University of Scientific Research, Miami. Hello?
Surely there's somebody here.
University of Scientific Research, Miami.
Mr. Garcia, you just made me remind when we used to be online, they used
This
to
would be
call
an
it
easy
out,
one.
and then you would look up in the ceiling.
Doesn't look like there's anybody here.
This would be an easy one. I recommend it now. I'm not sure who they are, or where they're from.
Discussion?
What can they tell us?
Well, Mr. Chair, there seems to be no one here to answer some of the questions, and I think we have a few. So, I don't know, ask the general counsel, but recommendation would be, since there's no one here to answer it, or nothing we can do, we've got to take some action, so I'd recommend denial and let them decide what they want to do.
On what grounds would you be denying?
All the above?
Well, they're a brand-new school. We don't know anything about the leadership,
Where they're from?
and they're asking us for masters and PhDs. So we don't know enough to be able to
Where
move
the
forward.
curriculum comes from, who did it,
Right.
questions on faculty, facilities.
I mean, if you need citations, you've got Rule 6E 20048E, submission of instructional administrative forms supporting credentials of professionally trained folks, submission of completed Form 606. I'm not sure we know who they're affiliated with. It's obviously an offshore company. I mean, if we could do a delay without someone being here to grant it, I mean, I don't know how you do that, so you tell me.
The commission could make a motion to delay on their own accord, but we can also deny based on the facts
So, I mean,
everyone
delay.
just listed.
I would
get
do a
their
motion to
attention.
delay.
I don't know.
Is
I
that
can't
okay with you?
imagine having a new school and not showing up.
You guys make a motion.
Motion to delay 90 days so the school can return and be properly
I second a delay.
correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I'll take a quick 5 minute.
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Excellent.
Did I hear something?
Carolina blue.
How come when FSU is doing great, you're an FSU fan? And when FSU takes a dive, you're a North Carolina fan?
I went to both schools. Just remember, back in 1967, Duke's Stadium was an erector set.
How come is it when you're the world champions, nobody's a Georgia fan? Except me.
Okay, application for annual license 1 through 6. Your pleasure.
Move to consent?
I'll second that.
We have a consent by Ms. Mulheron, second by Dr. Matos. Discussion on consent? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Mulheron?
Yes, number 1 and 2.
Dr. Matos?
I have none.
Dr. Kitchens?
None.
Ms. Bradley?
Number 4 and 5 and 6.
So
Well,
much for
there's no
consent.
consent.
Sorry.
Okay, for approval, we have item number 3.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Who is the lucky 3 out there?
Yay.
See you later. That's
Winner.
because you had good representation, by the way.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron for number 3.
I'll second
I
it.
have a second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Los Angeles Film School, Winter Park.
Sit down, Shane.
He's leaving. Number 3 is leaving.
He left you. He left you. Where have you been and what have you been doing?
I've been watching you guys work all day long, and it's just been remarkable. So, and now if you were asking me the long-term question, I can answer that as well. My name is Tammy Elliott. I'm the president of the Los Angeles Film School. As you would assume that our brick and mortar campus is out in Los Angeles, and our online services or administration offices are here in Winter Park, and I'm here to represent those.
Okay. Could somebody close that door, please? Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I pulled this one, and I just wanted to see if there were any updates because of the staff recommendation to conduct an orderly closure and just make sure that the school knew that that was the recommendation. Okay. Did you have any updates for us or any questions or concerns?
I'm concerned, yes, and I would love an opportunity to perhaps provide clarity.
Please, go ahead.
Oh,
briefly.
no, okay,
Yes.
great. In the offices in Winter Park, these are administrative offices. It's staff and faculty. And for the last 2 years, we have been remote. Now, a lot of our faculty will go ahead and work from home anyway. But through COVID, we all went home and began to continue to work with our students. Where I believe I know I made one mistake is when we received the call to go ahead and schedule our on-site visit. Number one, everyone was still remote at that time, but yes, we could call them in. Absolutely, we can call them in and we can be ready for that. The second step is that all of our records, our school records, are housed in the home base in California. So we ask for some extra days prior to the on-site visit so that we could gather the files, ship them to Winter Park so that they can be ready. So the mistake that I made, and I sincerely apologize for it, is once we didn't hear back from the program specialist at that point in time, I didn't call them. I didn't follow up. I didn't ask any further questions to see what else we could do or what the decision was on the extension. So I sincerely apologize for that. But we are, if permitted, we're able to do the on-site visit. I'm in one foot, I'm digitizing our files. In the other foot, I still have paper files. So I'll still need to ship those files out, but we're ready to have that. I believe that I made the mistake and didn't follow through.
Okay, so you don't have access to student files at your site at all?
All of the files are with our student records department, and that department is at in LA. All of our faculty and staff are devoted to our online students, which is remote learning or distance education learning.
Sure, but how do you access their records and their files to help them every day? If
Yes, we have the student the campus view with our student records. We have the LMS with curriculum. So we do have the digital files. With respect to our faculty, with respect to administration, those files are still paper and in LA.
Okay.
Yes, you're correct. We can accommodate the student access that you would need. It's the paper files that I would need to bring over.
Okay. So that was where we were. We were
That was one of
doing
the
a
items.
site visit. What is there anything else that I'm missing here? I see the on-site part.
The updated enrollment agreement and catalog to include refund policy. Was that ever submitted?
To the Department of Education or to you, to Florida here?
Yes.
Yes. I believe that everything that you've asked for has been submitted.
If I may, I think the issue that we had concerns about whether they even had to be licensed here in Florida, because the information we received, which may have been a miscommunication, was that the faculty is all in California. They don't recruit students here. There's no student services here. It was literally a server. And so we were unsure about whether or not they even needed a license.
That is not
Excuse
true.
me.
Pardon me.
That contradicts what she just said.
Right.
She said that the teachers couldn't come in, they're remote, they have administrative offices here, and this is where their online services are at.
Right, and when we asked where the faculty normally works, I believe we were told they are in California.
Yeah, we were.
Our campus and faculty are in California, along with our campus administrators as well. Here in Winter Park, our online faculty are Florida residents. They're here. And we also, in this particular office building, we also have the online admissions team, the online enrollment team, financial aid team. We have all of those folks here.
Yeah, they're a school here in Florida.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm very,
again, I
very
think it was
sorry for
just
the
a
confusion.
miscommunication.
Yeah, very sorry.
They're just not open.
So the comments that we have here also say that staff had attempted on-site visits on multiple occasions. And so what was the most recent attempt was October 1st, 2020, but that was because of the remote situation at the time?
In October 2020, that entire building was closed down, and we were all remote at that point, and I believe we did indeed share that with the program specialist.
They ever request extensions?
No, they never.
So is everyone back in the office now?
Never requested
Because,
anything.
our faculty, yes, I can bring everyone back. I'm starting to roll that out now, but I can make sure that if we have the office visit, the people that you need to see would absolutely be there. Faculty would normally teach remotely. the other administrative offices I will start rolling them back in, but we can definitely meet you there.
May I ask why you never filed for an extension of time? You have 3 opportunities to file for an extension of time.
I'll answer that boldly. I thought we were doing that by speaking to the program specialist and asking for the extension, and that's where I've made my mistake. I didn't know that I could file for an extension of time. I should know that, and I did not know that. So we thought we were when we were speaking to the program specialist, but apparently, and then I didn't follow through with them as far as asking if the extension was granted.
Thank you for your honesty.
You're welcome.
But admissions never stopped during that period. Teaching never stopped during that period, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
So is this a situation where we could try one more site visit and see if we get what we need, and then if we don't, at that point, come back to where we are now?
If you're so inclined, you could grant an extension of time on your own to comply with the clerk to order at least a portion of having an on-site visit.
Commissioners?
I mean, yeah, I'm okay with that, especially if they do have to submit then an entire packet for annual license renewal, correct? Which we do not have in front of us.
Correct.
Yes, so I appreciate the institution's honesty, being here as well, addressing all of the questions, so, yes. May I make a motion then?
Well, everybody else from California is coming to Florida, so she might as well too.
Yeah, exactly.
Bradley?
And welcome us
Yeah,
to
I'm
California,
fine.
too.
I want to ask.
Anytime you're out.
Ms. Bradley has a question.
Do you live here? Do you live in Orlando?
I do. I've been here for 30 years.
Okay, so, yeah, so you can
ahead.
be at the school whenever you're
I'm-
asked to be there.
Absolutely. I'm bi-coastal, and it's not as fancy as it seems, believe me. So I have a place in LA, and I also have a place here, but this
Okay.
is my
Oh,
home.
how terrible.
Come with me. I'll share it with you.
It's just the way that you say it. I have a place in LA and have a place here. It
know,
sounds
it's
really
just-
nice.
So,
I would stop talking now while
Yeah.
you're ahead.
and your admission staff is based out of the office in Winter Park?
The online admissions, yes. The on-ground admissions
Yes,
in LA.
I get it.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Right, have everybody there.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, make the motion.
Which motion do I make, Jenna?
Motion to
Extension.
extend.
Yeah, motion to extend.
She
make
she
them-
did it, and I'll second
Motion to
it.
extend.
There you go.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron, second by Dr. Matos. Any further discussion? What's the length of time?
I would say 90 days,
Can you do
Let's
it in
say
90
by the
days?
next board meeting.
May
Yeah.
4th? Okay.
Yes, I accept.
Can we get done voting first?
Sorry. Yes, you can, May.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much.
It's your last shot.
I hear you.
Okay.
We'll be there. Thank you.
Number 2, Miami Business Technological University, Doral.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Good afternoon to all. My name is, yeah.
I'll second that.
I have a second by Dr. Matos.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Olmedo Farfan. I'm the Dean of Academics at Miami Business Technological University.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Luisa Gutierrez. I'm the Chief Academic Officer. Hello, I'm Lucy, and I'm the HR Business Manager.
Hello, I'm Galo Cabanilla, the president of the MDTU.
Welcome. We have a lot of HR people here today. Okay, we're open
So,
for,
Mr.
we are
Chris-
open for discussion.
Yes, I pulled this one, and it's too bad your finance person is not here. I was looking at the budget, and so I'm sure the president can answer this question. Your revenue goes up and down, which is very natural, and that's the part that's, speaks to your business plan, but your salary budget does not. So it just shows it even throughout the year. Is that realistic, that you're not going to change your staff at all while the revenue continues to climb?
I could answer that question. So, in 2020, we were a small staff, I believe of 4. Now we actually have 4 admissions reps. So, you have our finances from 2020. They've increased for 2021. So we do have more staff members now. We've increased our admissions team. And we also have now a financial aid officer.
Okay, so, yeah, it just looks odd when you have just
Yes.
I like to call peanut buttering the budget straight across, which just does not depict the picture of the reality of what your budget should be, because your budget is basically a numeric version of your business plan, right? So, make sure that that is done correctly as you keep moving forward. Your forecast and your budget should be a reflection of your true plan.
Will do.
Yeah. So, okay, I guess that's all I have. Thank you.
When did your school actually start? When was your first class start?
It started on
May 23rd, 2021.
2021.
2021?
21 was the first.
Okay. That answers that question. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Number 4 is North Broward Technical Center, Deerfield Beach.
Do you want to discuss first, or?
Well, if nobody's here, it doesn't really matter too much.
I move to accept staff recommendation.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion by Nancy Bradley, second by Dr. Matos. Discussion. They're out there raising their arms and hee-hawing and everything else. Did we miss something on that last school? We're in discussion.
Now, this school's on probation.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 5 is Riggs College of Allied Health, Longwood.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Yemi Oladimeji Adekunle, the longest name in the world, President, Riggs College.
Hi, how are you? First time here, a little nervous. My name is Lynn Piccarello, and I am a nursing instructor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Miller, and I'm the Dean of the program.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Dacha Malescu, and I'm Gen Ed Science faculty.
Good afternoon. Erica Simmons, Admissions.
Good afternoon. Martin Acevedo, Business Manager for Riggs College.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Wilson. I'm Clinical Coordinator.
I thought for sure there'd be an HR person in there somewhere.
And my name is Bob Harris. I'm representing Riggs College of Allied Health, and it was interesting to have a human resources director for the first time. I've never seen that before.
May I, sir?
Yes.
Let's see, admissions. Hi. Can I ask a couple of questions? Sure. How you been?
Good. How are you?
Happy Tuesday to you.
Yes.
24 students so far?
Well, more now, but since our last site visit, yes, 24.
And so let's see, I'm going to join in now, to be joined by academics. So when did the students start? Your first cohort, how large, small, medium
It was
size?
about 8 students. It was started January of 21.
January of 21. So they are just about to enter into core courses, correct?
Yes, they're in their core courses.
Okay, so how are they doing? Did they already enter any students on core courses already?
Yes.
And you have 100% retention?
Yes.
Good for you, okay? That's all I have.
Thank you.
I also may have a question, if I might, regarding your online delivery. Can you tell us what you're doing online?
Our school is hybrid program. Our general courses is online. The core nursing program is on ground, and the clinical is on ground.
Okay. Do you enroll any students? I mean, who are the students, where do the students live, the ones that are attending your school?
The students live in state of Florida.
Okay. Even the ones online? Even those that are in online courses?
The general courses is online.
Yeah. And those are the same students?
Yes, they are Florida as well.
Okay, so they go from the gen ed into the core?
Yes.
At your location?
Yes.
Okay.
We got some of them that already took some classes and transfer over.
I see. Okay. That's all I had.
Was it?
No, me too. Okay, sorry, sir. So in your accreditation milestones, you said that you're going to start your accreditation process with ABHES. Can someone offer us an update of where you are with ABHES? What have you been able to achieve?
I'm going to defer to my dean of the
Please.
school.
All right.
So because he already started working on it.
Awesome.
Okay, so part of my day-to-day operations is I pull the application and I'm systematically going through and trying to answer those questions to the best of my ability. So in my downtime, because of the time frame that's allocated for the accreditation process, I am working diligently behind the scenes.
And where are you with that process?
Well, they've got a lot of different components in there. So I think right now I've stopped with the catalog. So I've done the initial application. I haven't submitted anything because we have to be operational for 2 years before you can do that. So I'm doing everything behind the scenes. So I'm just going through the different segments, and I think the last part I left off was making sure our catalog is in alignment with what they're asking.
Have you attended an accreditation workshop just to get your feet wet?
No, because
ABHES also has webinars, so have you done that?
Right. Well, actually, I tried. I reached out to them, and they were saying as long as we go in the interim before the site visit, that's okay. So that's the advice that I took from them.
So have you participated at all?
No, I have not.
Okay. Well, just continue to give us an update, okay?
Absolutely.
That's all, sir. What?
I'll take a motion.
Move to accept.
Motion by Mrs. Bradley,
Second. Second.
second by Ms. Mulheron.
Mr. Chairman, after you vote, I have one question about what's in the recommended order.
Now we're in discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Yep. You may recognize this institution. They were here in September and approved in September, and they're back now because it's been pushed back several months. But one of the recommendations, they had 12 original contingencies. They met all those contingencies. It's been kind of delayed, but they're back now. And now there's 9 more contingencies been asked, but they've submitted all that information. They were given a site visit in September by Ms. Webb, and they passed without any findings. And the new recommendations are for another site visit, and they've just had one 6 months ago, and again, came through without any findings. So what we'd ask is the staff recommendations are fine. They've submitted all that, the new things that we found out that they want submitted, and answered those questions, but we'd just like to have no additional on-site. And they will, of course, be reapplying for their license in June as well, so.
We asked for an on-site.
Are they good, or?
I mean, I don't see we haven't asked for another on-site.
Yeah.
It's
on-
number
on
3.
number 3.
Oh, okay, I missed that one.
And the rest of,
Okay.
quite a few of these have to do with financials since it's the beginning of the,
And some questions that you all have been asking, a lot of the nursing programs, out-of-state students, and all those kinds of things.
Okay.
That's becoming the norm, and that's fine. They've already answered that stuff, but they just don't want to go the wait to another on-site. One of the other reasons is the city of Altamont Springs has given them a deadline. Their business license is going to go away until they get their annual license. And
Not a
so if they
problem,
can get
Will.
their annual license pretty quickly, that way, the city of
Don't worry
Altamont
about
Springs.
3, get the other 8, and we're fine.
Yeah.
okay, so noted.
Okay.
Now, how does the city of Altamont Springs know the difference between a provisional license and an annual license?
You know, I did, I asked that same question, and it's particularly because it's the city of Altamont Springs, and as Dr. Matos remembers in City College days,
Yes.
they had no clue between the difference between those two, but they apparently have learned, so.
Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you all.
Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, the commissioners, Mr. Chairman, the executive director, the staff. We appreciate you. The last meeting, I was sick, COVID. I talked to you over the phone. I'm very happy that I'm able to see you in person, that I'm not dead. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 6, Sunlight Healthcare Academy, Longwood.
Hello, this is Florette. I am the director of Sunlight Healthcare Academy.
And good afternoon. My name is Erna Sanadas McCabe. I am the placement director.
Welcome.
Placement director now. Oh,
How does are you on a semester base or quarter base?
We're not quarter-based. Those classes are 10 weeks, 12 weeks classes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so when is your start date in the summer? Do you have one like the beginning of August or July?
It's around July. I have a class coming up for May, that's spring, so yes.
I need a date for July. Last July,
Oh, last July?
yeah.
No, we didn't have class in July. Our first class started in June.
So 10 weeks, June what?
June 14th.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Bradley, I think you.
Yes,
pulled
I
this one.
did. Yeah, my question had to do with your financials.
Yeah.
Do you have another business that was a part of these financials?
No. We have prep courses and clicks reviews. That's all.
Well, that's another, okay, so is it under the same
Yes, Sunlight.
company?
Yes.
Okay. because, all right, you've had one graduate. When you submitted this, you had one graduate.
Yes.
All right. But you have over $1 million in tuition revenue.
Yes.
So, based on what you just said, most of your tuition revenues come from
For my prep courses
your prep
and my
courses.
NCLEX courses, yes.
Okay. And are those, obviously, they're still going on?
I'm sorry, yes, yes. And I wanted to, this financial is for the prep courses that I have before and incorporation
Yes.
to the in-class students we have right now.
Right, I figured that, because you know, substantial revenue for just a few students.
Yes.
Is why I asked. Okay. Now, do you have, so all your expenses and everything are for the whole thing, for both?
Yes.
Both ends of your business?
Yes.
All right, well, I just needed that clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And, never mind. Yeah, with your financials, I see wages, then I see contract labor, which is a huge amount. Is that for the other company or for your school?
It is for the other, well, it's not another company. It's
The other-
just for the prep
the other
course.
revenue
Yes,
streams.
Yes, because I contracted the NCLEX review by other, I want to say other teachers to teach that they're not my employee, but I just pay them to do the class.
Okay. How many students do you have?
Right now, we have 36 students.
Okay. I have no further. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved, sir.
Motion by Dr. Matos. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Mulheron. We're in discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Application for extension of annual license, we have none. Application for annual renewal, we have 1 through 14.
Move to consent.
Have a motion for consent.
Second.
Second by Dr. Matos. Discussion for consent.
Mr. Chair, I just need to disclose that I'm associated with number 9.
Let me just mark that down on my agenda. Must University?
Correct.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Mulheron?
I have none.
Dr. Matos?
I have none.
Dr. Kitchens?
Good.
Ms. Bradley?
I have one, and that is number 2, East West College.
Number 2. So we will be, let me just check for myself here. No, I don't have any more. The chair will accept the motion for items 1 and 3 through 14.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
By Ms. Mulheron,
I'll second that.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. If you happen to be, I have somebody waving goodbye. Don't leave yet. If you are on a consent, we haven't had many today, please don't go back and start making your changes. Please wait until you receive notification from CIE because you may have contingencies. Okay? Now you can leave. Run, Forrest. Okay, number 2, East West College of Natural Medicine, Sarasota.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
A motion by Dr. Matos. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bradley. We are in discussion, and please introduce yourselves for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Falaka. I'm the president of East West College of Natural Medicine.
Welcome.
My name is Dr. Helen Wu. I'm vice president.
Welcome.
Ann Bouchard, consultant, Cole Middleton Group.
Welcome.
Thank you for being here this afternoon, and welcome. My question has to do with the last visit. I believe you had an ACCSC visit recently, and I wanted to follow up with you on that. Could you tell us about it?
Yes, we had.
We had a visit 3 weeks ago. They came and they were there for a day and a half. A couple contingencies, like always, and nothing that cannot be handled. And we should be getting a report for them in about 60 days. And we have already started answering some of the things that they had. And as soon as we get the report, we'll answer that and send it in.
Okay, very good. And you'll keep the commission informed?
Absolutely.
Of what's happening?
Yes.
And how many students do you have, more or less, today?
69.
Okay, and are they mostly in one program or the other one? Which program is?
We only have one program. It's a bachelor's and master's program of traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. So they receive a bachelor master's degree, and then they can become a physician once they take all of their state boards.
Now, we have 2 programs listed.
I know that it's on there that way, and I'm not really quite sure why. They take the pieces concurrently. The admissions requirements are that they come in with over 60 credit hours. So the gen eds and all of those things are already taken. And they go in succession, so it's in order. So they take the lower levels and the bachelor's. They don't receive the bachelor's until the master's is completed. And that's the way it is with most schools that run this type of program.
Okay.
The model is the same.
So it is 2 programs, but they're running them everybody takes both?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you ever have anybody graduating from the bachelor's and going to work?
No, they have to continue. They have to go all the way through the bachelor's and the master's to be able to complete in order to work.
Okay.
And to be able to sit and take the national boards.
Okay, so with your, how do you have them listed with ACCSC? They're broken out with them.
They have it the same way. We sent in the SER, and we asked the same question, and they said that it's based on the fact that the students come in and they receive the bachelor's upon graduating through the master's program. And ACOM is the same way. That's the way the program is set up. It's been approved by ACOM, and this program has been running that way for over 26 years.
Okay, so I get it. And I know it's all different in the type of education. Okay, well, those were my questions. And like you said, Ann, you'll keep us up to date on what's happening.
Absolutely.
All right. I have no contingencies.
Okay. They've been licensed 22 years. Congratulations.
Thank you.
there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, camera crew. I really don't like how this camera is focused on me. It's making, like I have a bald spot right here, like Mr. Ferguson, but much smaller. So, just for the next time, just kind of,
Do the studio effects next time for the camera.
Filters.
Could be where a Seminole got you.
but at least with my hair, I know it's going to grow back, unlike Mr. Ferguson's. So,
Y'all talking about hair?
yeah.
Oh,
He's a hair hog.
that's mean, Dr. Kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm oldest one in the crowd.
With the most hair.
We're on F, correct?
Correct.
Application for license by means of accreditation, none. Annual review of license by means of accreditation.
Move to consent.
A motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Okay, I'll second it.
second by Dr. Matos.
Mr. Chairman, I need to say that as of yesterday, when I left, I was related to one of the colleges covered in this section. I have no knowledge of whether I am today or not.
What number, sir?
11 and 11A.
So noted. Hearing no further discussion for consent, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You do know that Dr. Kinchin got robbed yesterday on the way down, don't you?
No.
Yeah, he stopped at the filling station.
Oh.
Called the police. He said, I just got robbed. The guy says, well, can you identify who it was? He said, it's pump 2.
Stick with your day job. Ms. Mulheron.
I'm going to pull number 11. No, I'm just kidding. None.
Dr. Matos.
I have none.
Dr. Kitchens.
None.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes, number 1.
1 is the loneliest number.
It is today.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion on items 2 through 13.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Matos, second by Mrs. Bradley. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This is
Okay, number 1, DeVry
1A and B.
1A and B. DeVry University, Orlando.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Abel Okoberi, Regional Dean of Campus and University Partnerships for DeVry University, and I live right here in Orlando, Florida.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. And I wanted to just find out a little more about the location closures. Can you, I read a really nice explanation of why, but can you tell me what's happening right now with basic student population, how things are going, and so forth?
So let's start with the Jacksonville location. We recently, well, not recently, a few months ago, we moved our location from the Belfort Road to a nearby facility. Currently, all students are still on remote, but we are opening up back again next month in April. So those students will have a teach out in that location.
They're they're done? Is that
They'll be
what you
done in July.
in July?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And
Miramar is the other location that is closing. We also have identified a different location that the students have moved to. Again, still in remote, but in April, they will be there. I'm not quite sure of the exact date of the teach out of that location.
okay.
Miramar's teaching out.
Correct.
I remember the day they opened.
I do too.
Now, are there still other schools in that facility?
Uh,
Or is it just a,
Chamberlain is currently there. I'm not sure if they'll be there
okay.
for how long, but they are there.
About Ross, was it Ross that was in there?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So
And-
go ahead.
The Orlando location is not still in the current location.
All right. And are they all remote, Orlando?
Currently, yes, but we are currently in the mode of returning back to campus for the next session, which will start April 26th.
I see. Okay. Okay, very good. All right, and then you'll keep CIE up to date on when the last student leaves and so forth.
But of course,
All right, great. Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lose them all. Big schools.
H, application for program approvals and modifications. First one is Learning Alliance Corporation, Tampa.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
A motion by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulheron. We're in discussion.
Hello, my name is Fred Arnold, Executive Director for Learning Alliance.
Welcome.
Oh, yeah, I just have one question. Your faculty for the, very interesting program, by the way, your wind turbine, much needed in our workforce and in the state of Florida. But how are you recruiting faculty for that?
We have an individual named Nick Martacci. He was from the industry, and he basically helped us identify key individuals through organizations like ENSA, who certify the tower technicians. And we're able to pull some of those guys who have trained with ENSA, and as well as who have received Global Wind Organization certifications, which is what the industry is going towards.
So are you requiring that they have the certifications in order to teach?
That is correct.
Okay. Because I did not see that in the faculty credentials. Because I didn't see that in the faculty credentials. That's why I was asking that question. Would you mind terribly if you just resubmit this and then you include the certifications for wind turbine?
Absolutely.
Would that be okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. I will put that as a contingency then, please, okay?
Absolutely.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
So noted. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion for extension of licensure, items 1 through 3. We could take those for consent.
Oh, here's
moved.
Florida Global University.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Dr. Kitchens. Discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Ms. Mulheron, do you have any?
None?
Dr. Matos,
No, I have none.
Dr. Kitchens?
None.
Ms. Bradley?
No, none.
Okay, Chair will entertain a motion for approval.
Move to accept?
Ms. Mulheren,
Second.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. These are all city colleges.
And I think it's interesting, the ABHES has approved it, but for some reason, I think the Department of Education has not approved it. And I have no idea why. I think probably.
I can tell you why.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just got an update yesterday. They actually have the very last PPA for the Altima location. They just received the last ones. But they do have PPAs with Department of Education already for each location. The last one came yesterday, or day before yesterday.
ABHES.
I apologize. Yeah, I thought you said the Department of Education hadn't approved.
Yeah, the Department of Education hadn't approved it.
But they do have PPAs for each of the locations from the Department of Ed.
Okay.
So.
I'm sending that in.
For the change of ownership?
Yes, the new entity. They've received PPAs for each one of those locations. Again, the Altamont Springs just was the last one. It was delayed, and we sent everything in. That was already sent in. I have not sent the one that came a couple of days ago. I'll make sure they do that.
Wow. Okay. We'll take 1 and 2 all together.
Yeah.
We have a motion for approval of items 1
Move
and 2.
to accept items 1 and 2?
I'll second that.
I have a second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Substantive change approval, we could do consent. And we're adding Taylor College. Is that the only one, Ms. Hood?
Yep.
Okay.
So move.
Motion by Dr. Kitchens for consent.
I'll second.
Dr. Matos seconds it. Discussion for consent. Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Sir, do you have a question?
Find a substantive change due to no.
Go ahead. Ask your question.
Right, I remember that. Okay, I'll talk. Just hang over here. Which one are we on?
Ms. Mulheren, do you have any to pull?
Number 10.
Number 10.
Yes.
Going deep there, huh? Dr. Matos.
I have none.
Dr. Kitchens.
None.
The chair will pull number 2. Ms. Bradley.
I have none.
So whenever we don't pull anything, you could hear the sigh of relief
Yeah,
on the
right.
floor.
Oh, thank God she
Seriously.
didn't have that.
Well, that robbery was pretty traumatic for him.
Yes.
I have number 8.
We're still going here.
You're pulling number 8 as well?
Yes. So far, 2, 8, and 10 has been pulled.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I had number 12.
You have number 12.
I do.
These are mulligans now.
I'm sorry.
Number
Just a quick
12.
question.
And I'm going to pull number 3. Nobody pulled number 1, correct?
No.
No, but you can do it.
No, that was from another one. Okay. So it's, okay. For approval, Let's see if I don't screw this up. Out of items 1 through 13, including Taylor College, we have approval 1, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yep.
9, 11, and 13.
Yep.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Mulheren,
Second already.
second by Dr.
Sorry, Dr. Kitchen.
He speaks.
Dr. Mott.
Taylor.
Number 13?
It's number 13.
Yeah, we added number 13.
You're gonna make me do this count over again, aren't you? Okay, the
Bob,
motion
get with
still
me.
stands.
Get
I'll-
with me.
Also include number 13.
Okay. So
You two,
No, we'll get together afterwards, that's fine.
No, 13 would be
Okay.
pulled.
okay,
not-
just keep it as is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Number 2, Anna G. Menendez University. Please introduce yourselves for the record.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Gino Natalicchio, Chancellor.
I'm Donna Beans, Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs.
Welcome.
Dr. Maria Baez, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Licensing, Accreditation, and Compliance.
Okay. HR, come on, HR.
Good afternoon. Nicholas Natalicio, VP of Administration and Operations. Almost.
And Bob Harris, HR.
Okay.
Nicolas supervises HR. So.
I pulled this one. My notes on this one is very easy. It's a question mark. What are y'all doing now?
Well, so far we have done everything I think that we were asked by the Commission. I want to take the time also to thank the staff, which had the time to meet with us and go over pretty much every single page of documents we have ever submitted, which was like this. And I think we have everything in place that the Commission has requested. We even have the contingencies ready.
Forget all that. What is your plan? Because you had changes last year or the year before where you separated the school groups, you got rid of the old ones, you started the new ones. Now what are you doing?
We're operating the new one, full in all 4 campuses here in Florida. And we are doing the final teach out of the students of the old schools, which will be done by July, August of this year, as we discussed in previous meetings.
Okay.
And as we promised, Mr. Chairman, at those meetings, Mr. Ferguson and staff will remember, we promised no other changes for at least mine and your lifetime combined.
You got it.
So, the new group of schools, are they changing ownership? It's the old schools that are changing ownerships into the new schools.
No, the old schools remain with the Sistema in Puerto Rico as they were. The new schools, as we discussed, are requesting ownership by Ann Jimenez University, Inc., the subsidiary we created here in order to be fully operative in Florida.
Okay, so these didn't get transferred the last time, or they did?
No, they
No.
didn't.
Okay, just asking. So, okay, I have no further questions. Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Mulheren,
Second.
second by Dr. Kitchens. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was 2. Now we're on 3. Azure College, Fort Lauderdale.
Mark Murray, legal counsel for Azure College. Johnson can't be here. He's got some medical issues.
Okay. This is going to be moved down to provisional as noted. The campus in Fort Lauderdale, do they have any students?
I can't answer that. Unfortunately, I don't know. My understanding is that they do have students. The students are there attending class. I mean, everything they're doing.
Because I pass by there 4 or 5 times a day, and I don't ever see that parking lot full. Okay.
I can ask Johnson.
Okay. I want to add that as a contingency as well as a site visit.
Which one is that?
Azure,
No, what?
Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. Okay.
And Chair, before you vote, I do have a quick legal argument to make on the substantive change. That is that the sub change is being based on a change in accreditation and also on the passage rates, first time passage rates being below the 10 percentage points, and saying that that's a violation of the 6E 2.004. On accreditation, Azure College has appealed the withdrawal letter from ABHES, and the effect of the appeal, as noted in ABHES's withdrawal letter, is to maintain status quo. So there's no change in accreditation at all unless we lose the appeal. And we provided documentation to staff to let them know. We supplied the withdrawal letter, supplied the notice of appeal, and supplied evidence that we paid the fee.
He is correct, and if the commission is so inclined, we can remove that reason and find the sub-change simply based on the change in the NCLEX score.
Yeah.
Okay, but how about the rest of the things on here?
They're all based on the NCLEX score.
Okay.
Situation.
And my legal argument on that, and I've made it before, Bob's made it before, and that's that 2.004 is,
So
doesn't
basically, we're granting the annual license.
We're granting it, but we're finding a sub-change because this commission finds their NCLEX scores are under the 10%, and that is of serious concern to the commission for the well-being of the students.
Okay. So noted.
And legal argument against that is that that you're stretching Rule 2.004 too far when you're doing that. The legislature has demonstrated that they know how to select an agency to look and evaluate first-time passage rates, and that is the Board of Nursing, and they did it in Chapter 464. And when the legislature demonstrates that they can choose an agency to do a specific thing, it then becomes significant when they do not choose another agency to also do that thing. And here they have not put anywhere in Chapter 1005 anything for the CIE to look at first-time passage rates in evaluating the competency of a program or the competency of a school or taking any action against the school's license. So when you're stretching Rule 2.004 to read that into 1005, I think that you've gone so far now that you are making an agency statement that constitutes an unadopted rule. And also, I do not think that first-time passage rates is an accurate measure of,
Well,
you know.
So noted, and we've been appointed to protect the students of the state of Florida, and when schools have low passage rates, we need to protect those students. I mean, everybody wants to be a nurse. Not everybody can be a nurse. It's a very difficult program, and if you do not have barriers, checkpoints to identify the students who are going to be successful, and I'm not saying Azure doesn't, but if their NCLEX rates do fall behind, then this is the direction we've been heading. So, but your comments are noted.
Thank you. And I agree. You do need to protect the students, but it's also, and it's difficult to be in your position because you have to do it with the confines of the rule. So when the legislature delegates its authority, you have to stay and follow those rules scrupulously so we don't have arbitrary application. So my argument is just definitely do it, but do it within the rules, and I think this is outside the rule.
Okay. So noted, and as you're aware, you were here yesterday, you know, we're working on our rules for nursing.
Yep.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Oh, I need a motion, please.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Mulherron,
Second.
second by Nancy Bradley. Discussion?
Deleting any comments regarding accreditation.
Correct.
So noted. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 8.
Sure couldn't deny it.
Humboldt International University.
Greetings and salutations again.
I have a long list for you, sir.
I'm ready.
You ready? You got your pen ready, paper ready? Let me just get to it on my computer. Please have your CPA do a detailed profit and loss statement. When you just break it up into 3 or 4 sections, it's hard for us to interpret your financials.
Understand.
Okay, ready for the second one?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for being here today.
Guys, look, I put a binder together for you guys. Damn it, I'm going to talk about a binder here. So, this is not the first time I was given that CPA stuff. I did it with the other school. So, I'm going to put my people to work back there. Now, let's get back to what I'm here for. Guys,
Please talk into the microphone.
but trust me, with this group, I don't really need a microphone. 15 years in the military doing courses, teaching people to get killed, hopefully not get killed. But what I do understand is the following. I have an owner of an institution who has 5 institutions in Venezuela, 2 in Panama, 1 in Spain, and 2 here in the United States, who strongly believes in education. When we opened up Humboldt International University back in 2013, the marketing department said, let's draw from the people we have in Venezuela, open up Humboldt International as an online institution here in Miami, and then they can transfer in. Over 367 students, graduates, or potential students from Venezuela came on board. Year 2013. We all know about the history of Venezuela. We all know about the devaluation of the money. We all know that each of those students signed an enrollment agreement. The owner of the operation, Mr. Prieto, had at that opportunity decided he could have just told all 367 students, hey, forget it, it's over with. But he didn't. He took it upon himself to pay out of his pocket for these students. Now, I'm not going to say that they're all graduates. But right now, we are down to 58 students. Okay? And yes, we've been in the red since we started. And let's face it, 367 students are going to suck up a lot of money, especially when you can't get it out of the country, like he did. All right? So yes, we've been in the red. And all I can say is right now, I just received a text from our vice president, who owns 1% of this operation, that the Department of Education from the Dominican Republic has signed a contract to allow 45 teachers in the administration to come online to be taught the doctoral program here at Humboldt at a price tag of over $150,000. And that's a 1.5-year program, so hopefully Well, we will be out of the red this year, okay? I just want you to understand, it took him 8 years out of his own pocket to make sure these students did not were not told, hey, it's over with, okay? I don't know about you, but I'm not walking around with that much pockets to have that much students. So I thank you for your time. I can take my binder. I look forward to seeing you all in May when my other school comes up for accreditation. Go ahead.
Be sure and get up with.
No, sir.
Okay.
I got his card. I'm going to
Okay.
I'm going to send him a complete detail of all 54 emails/phone calls
Okay.
about the School of Nursing.
Appreciate it.
You know?
You can UPS or FedEx that binder up too. Hell, I'd like to
Oh,
see
no,
it.
no, 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 no. The binder stayed. It's my only proof. I want to thank you all for your time. I look forward to coming up here. God, going back to Homestead now, you're going to kill me. You're going to kill me. Anything else? I'm waiting for that good news now.
Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Yeah.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron.
Second.
Second by Nancy Bradley. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. One question.
Sir.
E89.
Oh, he ate 15 years.
Figured.
Okay?
Yeah.
Again, have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Good night. Good afternoon.
Orlando University, Orlando.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron. Second.
I'll second that.
Second by Dr. Matos.
Sorry, a microphone, I second it.
Good afternoon, Jim Chow, Orlando University. I apologize.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I pulled this one.
Introduce himself for the record.
He did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But, and we already know you're from HR, so you don't have to introduce yourself. So on your placement, obviously, 0%, and we don't have the placement plan first, but you're going on this substantive change due to that largely. So can you tell us what's going on?
Yeah, excuse me, that's totally my mistakes. What happened is when I received this summary sheet, I think from program specialist last Friday, and then I saw that 0% placement rate. So I asked her, what's that? I think that was our mistakes. Well, we have been, although we have been with the CIE since 2005, anyway, too long. And we thought the replacement is like a student graduate from school, get a new job, then your placement. But we thought was that concept. So I read the 6E, I checked to program specialist. All our program is for adult students. All they have employment, self-employment, or employed with jobs. So our graduate, they already have a job at the beginning and end, similar jobs. Just like you got MBA, you got PhD, or MD do the same. So theoretically, not theoretically, actually it should be 100%. So we put the 0%.
Okay.
Because the graduate, he's in Florida here, he's a teacher. So
And
that
he
was a
sent that
mistake.
in.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
send a letter.
25th.
Yeah, send a letter. We send an email letter. She asked me the
I have
letter
it.
sent to you. She said try to get to the commissioner, hopefully.
Okay, so all 6 of your students that we have on record
All have
are
job,
placed.
yeah, all
Okay, good. Well, I'm relieved then. You went from 0 to 100%. Good.
Well, 2 of them went back to China.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then your financials, can you give us an update on that?
Financial, we are still the same model. We actually, it's one technical thing is that we keep the CIE 60 requirement. I forgot which one. You have to have 3 category. So we always keep positive on the on that 3 requirements. So now we are getting to that. So we're more than each year, at least 1,000 more than 1 year before. So we got that. Try to meet the. Probably our model is like quote unquote socialist tuition waiver. So we try to get all the faculty volunteer to teaching the students without paying tuition. So that's we have been trying to do many years. Now we are having, I'm getting old, our partner getting old, so we are trying to modify our programs, try to really marketing out. We have not been marketing our program out because it's difficult. So finally we are modifying the program, try to start to marketing the program out, try to get more benefit to Floridians, of course, hope all Americans too.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask about that if you had a plan to increase enrollment.
Yes, but we still, we are focused on what you call the practice-oriented doctorate education. We're more focused on the mature adults, practitioners. So, for any, as you know, you're both academics, the doctor program usually is very few. Mm-hmm. So we hope each school, each program keep 20 to 30. That probably maximum.
Yeah, okay. I understand. Thank you.
Was it 12 years ago I visited your school?
Yep, you did. You
I'm
give
not
up.
coming back.
That's what you remember you said.
I'm not
give
coming
them a
back
chance.
now.
We're still there. We're still there. We're doing the same thing. Dr. Furno is 90 years old. He got, this is personal information. Yeah, he's still in good health spirit, but 90 years old.
Yeah,
I'm
I
66.
remember that day.
Yeah.
It was 12 years ago when you first started.
You didn't have to come, but you did. We appreciated that.
Yep.
Yeah. We're still there. We are hanging there, but we try to make things moving forward. Thank you all your support for so many years.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 12, Universal Technical Institute, Orlando.
He was here. Talk to him. I talked to him at the break at lunch.
I just had one question, just clarification.
Okay, we'll just add it as a contingency.
Yeah, really, it's not even a contingency, it's just that the mission statement that they had was really very specific to the programs, and it seems like the mission statement, the rationale for the change of the purpose was really to be more geared toward the profession, yet the language on the new purpose is more, how can I say, more general. That was all.
Okay.
Maybe they want to do some more
I
things.
think they are.
Yeah.
And they're opening up down.
Yeah.
And they expanded, but when you read the rationale really didn't make sense with the statement. It actually, the rationale made more sense with the old mission. That was my only question.
And Sam, did they cooperate
Oh,
better
yes.
than
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We
after
got-
you had that little
Yes.
talk with?
Yes, they did. In fact, that's why he came up and talked to him.
That's it, nothing else.
Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll second, I'm sorry, so moved.
Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion. Hearing none. All to oppose? Just seeing if you guys were still up.
Listening.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Branch campus applications, none. Name change, none. Religious colleges sworn affidavits submitted, items 1 through 77.
So moved.
Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
And
Agent training program, none. Mr. Ferguson,
I was
and
just going to say, Dr. Kinchin would say 1 through 77, there might be a couple in there that would make the good Lord chagrin.
well, at this point, it's been a joy spending, this has to be one of the longest meetings
Long.
we've
We
had.
went to 11
We went,
one time.
we went to 8,
Yeah,
we
a
went
long,
to
long
8.
time.
It was a
8:30,
long time ago.
Long
We
time
still
ago.
went to 11.
Yeah.
You still had hair.
Right now, we're in recess.
Right.
All right.